2nd, 2019 meeting of the Palm Springs City Council. Would everyone please rise and join me in the Pledge of Allegiance? Please place your hand over your heart and repeat with me. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. You may be seated. City Clerk, would you do a roll call, please?
Councilmember Holstech.
Here.
Councilmember Middleton. Present. Councilmember Roberts.
Present.
Mayor Pro Tem Coors.
Here.
Mayor Moon.
Here.
All council is present.
Okay, thank you very much. Next item we have is presentations. And we do have a presentation tonight. Ms. Ann Schaefer, who is the head of the Public Arts Commission, Chairman of the Public Arts Commission, will be speaking to us this evening. Welcome, Ann. Wait, let me put him on.
The Public Arts Commission is just finishing a year of celebrating its 30th anniversary. And in your packet, there's a report on a lot of the things that we did this year, but there's a couple of exciting things that have happened since then. And I thought this might be a good meeting to share some of them with you. We set out with 3 goals. The first was to engage the community with our public art collection so that it's more than a backdrop for selfies. And of course, engaging means writing lots of comments on Facebook. So we've done that. We wanted to create a dialogue on the importance of public art, and we wanted to imagine what the next 30 years of public art should be. Needless to say, we haven't accomplished all of this yet, but we've done a lot to engage the community because all of our 7 commissioners are out doing projects all the time. And I would like to just mention 2 of them who are here. Tracy Merrigan, who chaired this whole 30th anniversary, and Sarah Scheidman, who I would call our artist in residence. So we started with this sign that's in the picture. It says, "Imagine art here." It was on the corner of the proposed downtown park. And all of a sudden, art started appearing. The babies showed up. The thing turned into a giant crib and reminded us that one of the things we wanted to do was to make construction sites more engaging instead of just looking at that burlap all the time. Perhaps the most important thing we did, if you go to the next slide, this year was work with the council to rewrite the mural ordinance to make it more supportive of people doing murals. And I am happy to report to you that 8 murals were done this year as a result of rewriting the ordinance. And there's 2 that we're particularly proud of. This one is at St. Paul's Church, and the next one is at the Boys and Girls Club. And in both cases, young people and community members were involved. So, next slide. So we said, next one. We said, imagine art here, and then now we're saying art is here. But what's next? What's the next iteration of this? So we put out a call for ideas, and 80 people submitted a plan for public art. We picked 30 of them, and our exhibit is called 30 by 30, which is 30 years, 30 ideas. And these are on display at the Art Museum for the next couple of weeks. And that's really what brought me here tonight. Councilman Roberts was there at this, and he said, "Oh my God, these are some ideas no one's thought of, and we, should bring them and let people start to think about them." So go to the next one. This is one. It's called Drops. It's sort of a water thing. We haven't chosen any of these yet. I just wanted to show you some of the ideas. The next one, the one on the left, is a crosswalk around Tahquitz and Indian Canyon, and it references the original hot springs that were there, and the mountains are the curves, and the young man who designed it has a whole story to tell about it. But the one on the right is called the San Andreas. It's supposed to represent the San Andreas Fault, And on one end, it says my fault, and on the other end, it says your fault. And it's designed to be seen from the roof of the Rowan or the parking garage. And he has his eye on the park site until it's a park site. So we'll have to see if that's something that would work. And then the last one, I really like this one. This is an idea to wrap a ring around the planter in front of City Hall. So these are just ideas that people came up with. What I'd like to invite you to do is come and see them if you can. They'll be up till June 6th. Any one of us would be happy to go through it with you. But we'll probably have little stickers. You know, if there's one you like, you could sort of give us some ideas of what to pursue. And if you do the last slide, what we're saying is that we hope you will find your way to this exhibit. But this sign is the next thing that's going to go up as a piece of art in Palm Springs, and it references a lot of comments about art as well as the sites. The other thing is that on June 6th, those babies will be 1 year old, and so we're going to throw a birthday party, and we hope you'll come and join us. Thanks.
Mayor, I just want to say that I want to urge not only the council but the community to go see this exhibition. It's quite elaborate. There's some exciting ideas there, and Ann and the commission as a whole have done an amazing job in bringing the importance of public art back to a conversation that we should be having on a regular basis. So this exhibition is worth the trip to the museum to see their great work.
Yeah, this is a very creative group on the Public Arts Commission, but Ann has really been able to motivate and engage them and inspire them and really get them to move to new levels. So thank you, Ann Sheffer, for everything you do for the city and the Public Arts Commission. That's the only presentation we have now. Next is acceptance of the agenda. The City Council will discuss the order of the agenda, may amend the order, add urgency items, note abstentions or no votes on consent calendar items, and request consent calendar items be removed from the consent calendar for discussion. The city may also remove items from the consent calendar prior to that portion of the agenda. Councilmember Middleton?
I'd like to pull 1H as in Henry, 1L as in Lisa.
Okay, Councilmember Roberts?
I'd like to pull 1S as in Sam.
1S as in Sam, all right. Councilmember Holstage?
Thank you. I'd like to make a request for 1N as in Nancy. It's the approval of the minutes. If we could pull that and hold it and have it at the next council meeting. It's 130 pages, so it's very difficult to approve it all together. So I'd like more time to go over that word by word.
Okay, and I'd like to just take one more look at 1 Oscar, 1O, which is the calendar for the upcoming council member meetings. Okay, do we have a motion to approve the agenda as amended with the following items pulled from the consent calendar? 1H, 1L, 1N, 1O, and 1S. Motion to approve made by Mayor Pro Tem Corr, seconded by Councilmember Roberts. Motion is on the floor.
Motion passes 5-0.
Thank you. Next item, report of the closed session. City Attorney?
Yes, Honorable Mayor, members of the City Council, and members of the public. The City Council met in closed session earlier tonight to discuss the items that are listed on the closed session agenda, and there was no reportable action.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Ballinger. Next item is public testimony for non-public hearing agenda items only. We do have 5 public hearings tonight, so please, if you're speaking on a public hearing item, please hold your testimony until that time. This time has been set aside for members of the public to address the City Council only on non-public hearing agenda items. 2 minutes will be assigned to each speaker. You are asked to begin your time by telling us what agenda item or items you are speaking about, and to remind, testimony for public hearings will be taken at the time of the public hearing. So currently we have 8 people who have requested to speak. Our first speaker is Gretchen Gutierrez, then Bruce Hoban, then David Bell.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, members of the council, and the city staff. My name is Gretchen Gutierrez. I'm the CEO of the Desert Valley Builders Association. First of all, thank you for allowing us the opportunity to submit our comments to item 5C, the last item on your agenda tonight. So you're seeing me now. You may see me a little bit later. I'm not sure if I'm going to sit through all of it. Anyways, we have submitted our formal response. It is in your packet of 200-plus pages for this particular item. It does include both our comparative fee study as well as the study that the city has just recently conducted. What I would call to your attention in my comments right now is simply the letter that we submitted, which states that your proposed full cost recovery on fees is looking at a very double-digit significant increase of percentages within the departments of engineering, building, and planning. So they range from 25% up to a whopping 48%. So when you get to this item, and I know it's just an information item this evening, and you're going to be hearing a lot from the city staff as well as the documentation that we supplied to go with it, take in mind that any increase of this type of significant percentage is going to have an impact on residential and other development within the community, because it's going to be a big sticker shock. And I know affordable housing is a key topic for this city right at this point in time, as is market rate housing, but this would go across the board because it would affect all construction. So be very mindful of that as you're reviewing all of the documentation this evening under the information format. I know it'll be coming back in June for a full presentation and looking at adoption of those fees, and we'll be back in June. But definitely really give some heart and thought to what you're going to be looking at as this proceeds forward. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Gutierrez. Our next speaker is Bruce Hoban, then David Bell, then Paula Auburn, and then Ed McBride.
Good evening, Mayor, City Council, Dr. Reddy, and staff. I'm here to quickly discuss 5C, which is the use fees being applied to vacation rentals. As you'll remember our brief history here in the last 3 years, those fees went from $225 to $923, and now it's being proposed they go to $944. In those 3 years, we've been unable to correctly ascertain that the expenses match the revenue. In fact, we're questioning differences we're seeing, and I'll leave it at that. There are questions right now. And so prior to increasing these fees yet again for permits, we're asking that we have some kind of a review done to ensure that those increases are now justified, or they could be too much. Again, it's a question mark, in no means an accusation. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Hoban. Next is David Bell, then Paula Auburn, then Ed McBride, then Kathy Wermuck.
Good evening, Mayor, City Council. Speaking on legislative item B. The City of Palm Springs has ignored and circumvented the municipal code 1182-070 since its inception. By doing so, law enforcement towing and storage rates in the City of Palm Springs are the lowest in the Coachella Valley. However, fees charged by the city are more than the towing fee. This doesn't include the $50,000 a year franchise fee paid for by the tow operators to the city. I wonder if the gentleman that signed this staff report had a 1% increase per year for the last 12 years in his salary. Would he be clicking his heels together? I filed litigation against the City of Palm Springs for violating my civil rights of due process. A temporary restraining order was granted and remains in place. I'm making a prima facie presumption that this legislation action is a direct response to the TRO.
Thank you, Mr. Bell. Our next speaker is Paula Auburn, then Ed McBride, then Kathy Wermuck, then Dick Burkett.
Yes, my name is Paula Auburn. I live at 1369 Campion Circle, and I would like to speak to the item 1L, which is the public library that's on the agenda for tonight. And I have a copy of the article that I'm referencing, which is from the New York Times, May 11th, 2019, which is a special section of high school essays for college admissions. And the one that really caught my eye was from Astrid Linden of Eden Prairie, Minnesota, a place that I used to live. She recounts and writes about how important the public library was to her and her life, that she had been periodically homeless and in poverty. It wasn't only the security of that environment that she sought, or the books, but access to the computers that opened up a whole new life to her. And she will be a student at Columbia University. For those of us that have some more means than she did growing up, it may be difficult to know the impact of the library on these people. And I'm going to share a very personal story with you. I wasn't disadvantaged, but when I grew up with a very authoritarian and tyrannical father in a very male-dominated environment. I sought refuge in our library. I found not only peace and refuge, but I found books. I was introduced to women and role models that I had never dreamed about. I traveled the world through those books. It gave me curiosity, a lifelong quest for education, and some self-confidence. Libraries tell us a lot about our community. It tells us what we value: books, learning, intelligence, and help for those with less income. It is a cultural icon. With technology, some aspects of the library may change, but for it being an enduring institution in our community, that will not change, and I ask you to support the strategic plan and the future of our library.
Thank you, Ms. Auburn. Our next speaker is Ed McBride, and Kathy Wehrmuck, Dick Burkett, and Carl Baker.
Your Honors, the city staff, I'm Ed McBride. I'm the president of the Palm Springs Public Library Trustees, and I'm here tonight to support item 1L. Today, the trustees, along with the board of the Friends of the Palm Springs Public Library and the board of the Palm Springs Public Library Foundation, are very proud to present to the staff and to you our input and vision of what the library of the future should be here in Palm Springs. A group of almost 100 citizens, including council members Middleton and Holstage, participated in the process that has led us to tonight by our city librarian and the team, and we are very excited and here to support that. All great cities deserve a great library, and so does Palm Springs. The strategic plan is just the beginning of the process. I think I discussed this at one time before when I was here. But it is a start, and we're already have ignited real excitement and hope in our community, as you've just heard from another citizen. I think each of you will agree with us after reading the plan that the time is now for our city to get behind a major initiative to upgrade and improve library services here in Palm Springs. As a member of the Board of Trustees and the Foundation Board, I can speak for all of us when I stand ready for you to charge and give us leadership in this endeavor. Our friends always stand ready to support the library as well, and I know that you two are ready to begin the hard work, and we're all ready to roll up our sleeves. Thank you for your continued support, all of you, and we look forward to getting started on this project. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. McBride. Next is Kathy Wehrmuck, then Dick Burkett, and Carl Baker. Mr. Baker is our last person who's requested to speak. If anyone else wishes to speak, please put a card into the city clerk at this time. Good evening, Ms. Wehrmuck.
Mr. Mayor, members of the council, my name is Kathy Wehrmuck, and I'm a member of the Library Board of Trustees. The specific plan that's in front of you tonight includes leadership steps that we hope to take with you, with the city, and with the board and the Friends and the Foundation to vision a new library. One of the things we would have to do quickly is set up an infrastructure, a committee of people that would be a building committee, set up a budget, and create the appropriate subcommittees to work on the strategic plan. We need to identify the best option for our new library. And the three before us are stay in the current structure, renovate the current structure and expand it, or build a new library for this community. We also need to create a vision and a design, hiring a design firm to help us in the visioning process, setting up community meetings and going to the community to find out what we need in a library, sending our building committee to see 5 or 6 of the best libraries for communities of our size, and then beginning to set up a budget for that process. It's a pretty big undertaking. And lastly, we understand that this is going to be a public-private partnership. We need to we need to set up an infrastructure to help raise funds, as well as determine the amount of money the city would contribute to this effort if you support it. It's a very big undertaking. It will take us several years. I hope not too many years to get to a decision as to what we want to do, and then some time to implement it. We ask for your support.
Thank you, Ms. Wermick. Next, Dick Burkett, then Carl Baker.
Good evening, Council. I'm Dick Burkett, Chair of the Historic Site Preservation Board for the City of Palm Springs. This certainly is an exciting council meeting, and particularly being able to see the model of the park, which is really what I'd just like to spend a few moments talking about tonight. It's the naming of the park. Our board sent a few months ago an endorsement to the Palm Springs Preservation Foundation's idea of naming the park the Nellie Kopman Park. And it seemed to make so much sense to us. So I'm just sort of here as a friendly reminder that we sent that message all to you once again, and just draw attention to the amazing brochure that PSPF did put together on the reasons for naming the park after Nellie Kopman. Foremost, it was the vision of this pioneering entrepreneurial woman like Nellie that built Palm Springs, as did many of the women that we had here on many other projects as well. Second, it's been a tradition to name our parks and important properties after the women. We have the Frances Stevens Park, we have the Ruth Hardy Park, Jackie Lee Houston Plaza, and also it happens to be the park is sited on the location of the Kopman's famous Desert Inn, which is what really drove the tourists to come to this town many, many years ago. So she was a preeminent, also a philanthropist and a major civic leader. So to pay tribute to her, it just seemed to make total sense to our board. And to the preservation community, I also know that Palm Springs Monitoring Committee also has endorsed this vision as well. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Burkett. Next is Carl Baker.
Good afternoon, Mayor Moon and council members. My name is Carl Baker. I live in Palm Springs. I speak to you today on 5C regarding the beautiful park we have in front of us. I just want to draw attention to the fact that we would like to see that park be available for open spaces, for instance, for Modernism Week and for Gay Pride that's sort of moved towards the downtown area. By allowing the park to be multi-use, it would allow other events like Gay Pride and Modernism to have more people in the area, especially during off seasons where we could bring new events to the city to increase tourism and business opportunities in the valley. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Baker. Mr. Mejia, do we have anyone else who wishes to speak?
No other speakers?
No one else? Seeing none, we will close the first portion of public speakers. Next is City Council Subcommittee and City Manager's comments and reports. City Manager.
Thank you, Mayor. First, I'd like to call Patrick Tallarico, our Sustainability Manager, up. He just has a quick note. He wants to give you a quick update on our leaf blowing ban project.
Hello, Mr. Mayor and council members. Just a quick update on the leaf blower ordinance. June 1st is fast approaching, so our enforcement date is right around the corner. We had a very successful demonstration day last month, and so I'm very hopeful that we have a very high compliance rate starting June 1st. AQMD indicated that they had 97 exchanges as a result of that, or after that event, and we think that number is actually very low. So we know that a lot of units were sold after that event. We've been doing some ongoing bilingual outreach. Certainly, we've had a couple of TV interviews, English and Spanish, We started another round of Spanish radio spots to air this week as a reminder to folks. And then we had a letter issued to all residents just last week. And based on that letter, we just got about a dozen phone calls or questions about the ordinance. So just a few reminders. The ordinance applies to any residents or companies that are doing business in Palm Springs that use a gas-powered leaf blower. The letter to residents was informational, so some people were concerned that they got some sort of a violation notice, so that was not the case. It went to everybody. And if people are using electric leaf blowers, that is the right thing to do, and they should keep doing that. Enforcement complaints should go to the Code Enforcement Hotline, 760-778-8434 as of June 1st. We'll have a code enforcement officer who's responding to those. Fines start at $100. And just a reminder to residents, these leaf blowers do work a little bit different, and so they may expect a little bit different service from their gardener and lawn care service. So just keep that in mind as we go forward. So, any questions?
Councilmember Holstage, Mayor Pro Tem Coors.
Great, thank you, Mayor. And thank you for that. Sure. One question, which is, in addition to the AQM, the Air Quality Management District trade-in program, which is still ongoing, yes, correct? And the information is on the website for that.
Yep.
We're also, for homeowners, have a program for trade-ins because landscapers are the only ones who can get the state money, but the city is providing money to homeowners who trade them in for electric.
Yes.
So it's just important that I want to make sure people who are watching and listening know that.
Right, and we did get a couple of questions about that, so people paid attention when they got the letter.
Yeah, and for those whose landscapers have already happily made the trade, as mine has, they're very happy, at least the response I got. And as a homeowner, I'm really happy because it really is a huge difference in the sound, much more than we would have noticed in the convention center when it's actually in your backyard or next door. So thank you for your work on that.
Okay.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, just two other quick things. With regard to the construction that's beginning on Indian Canyon to do the two-way, we just wanted to remind everyone what we're doing. Marcus, could you just briefly explain that there's a website and the outreach we've been doing?
Yes, thank you, Council and the public. I think I have a slide for this one. We've put a web page together to give regular updates to the public on the status of the Indian Two-Way project, which has started. You've seen some work occurring at some of the intersections along Indian Canyon Drive. And it extends from Camino Paracela, south of Ramon Road, all the way up to Tachiva Drive. Between Alejo and Ramon, or Camino Paracela, will be converted to two-way traffic. So there's a significant amount of underground conduit and signal work that has to occur between now and the fall before they can convert that street to two-way traffic. So you'll be seeing work occurring at each of the intersections. Currently, they're putting in underground conduit runs, and then they'll go through and put in signal pole foundations, and then later in the late summer, you'll see some signal poles being installed. So we forward your attention to our website that's listed. We've done public notifications to all the affected businesses as well as Main Street. At the Main Street's next meeting, we're going to have another update on the project and give some more detailed scheduling information on how the contractor's moving forward with the project. So if there's any concerns, please contact any of us at the engineering department. But we are out there on a daily basis making contact with all the affected business owners and trying to mitigate as best as possible we can the impacts that can occur with this project.
And Marcus, our new projected completion date?
We're still looking towards the very end of the year. We're having conversations with the contractor of ways that he might expedite his work, even potentially incentivizing him to do that. I'd like to get that project done before we get into the parade season, but I'll be bringing those back for the council to potentially consider at a future date.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Fuller.
And Mayor, just one final item. I would just note that I would like just to remind everyone that beginning tomorrow, Thursday, Friday, and Saturday, the Vector Board will be doing some spraying in portions of the city. They'll be doing it early in the morning, and I just wanted to remind everyone. And I think, do we have a slide? Just if anyone has any questions, there's I'd suggest they go to the Vector Control Board website. And could we show that, if we have it?
Dr. Reddy, is that truck-borne spraying or helicopter-borne spraying?
It's truck.
Okay.
It's truck. There it is. It's cvmvcd.org, and they're indicating that it's going to be between 8 p.m. and 8 a.m., but it's usually 3 a.m. to 5 a.m. is ideal when they do it. Sometimes because of the weather, they can't do it that early, but that's the intent. And as you can see, where it's a Sunny Dunes Road Vela area, and that will just be Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday. Thank you, Mayor.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Reddy. Other items from council members? Councilmember Roberts?
Thank you. So I'm most happy to report that on behalf of the mayor and I, who make up the subcommittee for the Plaza Theater restoration project, that we have now received a commitment of $50,000 from the Palm Springs Preservation Foundation. And we are most excited about that. We'll do a bigger rollout with a check trade for the press and so forth, but I wanted to let the council know that we were off and running with the Plaza Restoration Fund, and it's going well. And our website's up and running, and our paperwork's in order, and we are ready to receive money. So now would be the time.
And also important, Councilmember Roberts, you've put together a really impressive group of advisors and board members on this. So we've got the people together, and now if we can just get the money together, we'll be all set. Okay?
You'll be hearing a lot more about this.
Okay, Councilmember Middleton.
There we go. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I've got a few things. I want to begin with something that won't take any time, but it was a wonderful event. 3 Fridays ago, Willie's softball game, which is in honor of Willie Patrick, gentleman who immigrated to the Palm Springs area from Mississippi during the 1950s, worked in restaurants throughout Palm Springs, and his daughter works now for the school district and organized an annual softball game at Cahuilla Elementary School. Co-ed teams, and it was a great Friday afternoon filled with family and an awful lot of kids learning to play baseball. The Southern California Association of Governments Conference wasn't nearly as much fun as the softball game, but a lot of conversation around public safety issues. One of the lines that I think I will be stealing and using frequently, the average pedestrian crossing a crosswalk in Southern California feels like they have about an equal chance of a wildebeest crossing the Serengeti with a pack of lions on the side. So we're not alone in Palm Springs in having issues of public safety, and I'm pleased that this is getting addressed. A considerable amount of conversation at the SCAG conference went to the question of the increasing number of catastrophic events, such as what struck Palm Springs on St. Valentine's Day. And more frequently, cities are being encouraged to identify what their resilience plan is going to be for all of their public assets, and to assess the life cycle cost of public assets. What does it cost to build? What does it cost to maintain? And most importantly, what is it going to cost to repair after a catastrophe occurs? Riverside County Transportation Commission, on June 28, there will be the groundbreaking for the expansion of Highway 60 through the Badlands, and beginning July 1st, one lane in the westbound direction of Interstate 60 will be closed for the 5 miles through the Badlands. That's essentially from Beaumont to Moreno Valley. That will extend for 6 months They are expanding to add a truck lane in either direction, and it is anticipated December of 2021 for a completion of that project. Coachella Valley Association of Governments Energy and Environment Committee. At the last meeting, there was quite a bit of conversation over an issue that we're not directly involved in, but I want to bring it to this council's attention, and that's AB 854, which has been sponsored by Assemblymember Mays and has certainly received a lot of media attention. CVAG Energy and Environment was asked to take a position on that bill. Originally, it was scheduled for CVAG to have this come to executive on the June 3rd meeting. I think that may end up being delayed because the bill has now been made a 2-year bill, but this is the bill that would expand the number of people on the Imperial Irrigation Board of Directors, adding 6 new members to be from Riverside County. Currently, people west of, I believe it's Cook Street, receive their electricity from IID, but they have no opportunity to vote on that. CVAG will be asked to take a position at this point at the Energy and Environment Committee. There was a unanimous vote with 3 exceptions to support AB 854. I voted to abstain, Supervisor Perez voted to abstain, and IID, not surprisingly, voted no on this. The amendments that are being sought are amendments that would make it clear that any expansion of the board should apply only to electricity and not to water. There are also issues that will be addressed regarding the future of whether or not the far eastern Coachella Valley will continue in 10 years when the 100-year agreement with IID comes to completion. So I think this is something that we need to give direction to the mayor so as to be able to address this issue when it comes to executive. I certainly did not feel that I had a sense of where this council would be, and that's why I voted to abstain on that issue. And that's something I think we can set for a future meeting. CVAG Transportation Committee met last week. I was absent. Councilmember Roberts was there in my place and nominated me to be on the SCAG Transportation Committee.
You found out about that.
I did.
So I just want to also implicate Ted from Rancho Mirage, and it is contingent upon your approval.
All right. I said yes.
Wonderful.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to be talking probably more about this in the future, but I have now attended my first CalPERS meeting, and I can tell you that it's going to be a tremendous amount of work and a tremendous opportunity. The 7% return on investment is an extremely important goal to everyone at CalPERS. I was impressed with their investment officer and his commitment to making sure that that 7% goal is achieved during times of market downturns. And again, I will be reporting more in the future as we get to issues that are specific to municipalities. Lastly, and we're going to get much more on this at, I believe, the next meeting, but the Neighborhoods USA Conference was held in Palm Springs last week. A tremendous shout out to Denise Goolsby from City of Palm Springs, Rick Leeson from the Palm Springs Convention Center. Over 600 people, over 200 first-time attendees. It went off almost flawlessly. The only flaw was we had 15 tours planned and 13 buses showed up. And if you want to have a fun moment, have a line of people waiting to get on a bus and the bus not be there. Father Gregory Boyle and Senator Barbara Boxer were just incredible in their speeches. We had over 20 people from the Bahamas and over 100 people from the state of Alabama. I don't think any of them had been to Palm Springs before. They say they want to come back. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Councilmember Holstage?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just briefly, I attended the Inland California Rising Regional Summit at UC Riverside on May 10th. It was an initial summit at UCR to bring together inland regions of California, the Inland Empire, the Coachella Valley, and Central California and the Central Valley to build our political power. So that was a great summit. There'll be new upcoming summits in Fresno and Stockton. So I look forward to participating in that to learn more about what we can do in inland California. As we've talked about at the council so often, legislation coming down from the state really speaks to the coastal regions and doesn't really address the needs of inland California, especially around housing and transit. And so joining our neighbors from the Central Valley, I think, is a good strategy to address some of those issues. The mayor and I attended the Digicom Film Festival on May 17th. We issued a proclamation and presented it to the students of Lynn Yada's class, who presented their public service announcements that they made and created through Digicom here at our city council chambers. And we got to declare that day was Save the Turtles Day in their honor. So that was really fun. And I know it was emotional and moving for them to show that if you come to City Hall, we hear you. And we are bringing forward an ordinance on straws and plastic waste, including styrofoam, which the students advocated for us to do. So we'll move that forward. Just in upcoming announcements, on May 29th at 5 p.m., Mayor Pro Tem Coors and I will be holding our regular business retention subcommittee. So any small businesses or residents who are interested in economic development are welcome to join that meeting at 5 p.m. at City Hall. And then lastly, the Palm Springs Firefighters Association are holding their 88th annual fish fry on June 1st from 6 p.m. to 10 p.m. at Ruth Hardy Park. I cannot attend, unfortunately, but I know it's an amazing community event that everyone likes to attend. So you'll have to eat some fish in my honor for the rest of the council that will attend. And that's all I have. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem Coors.
Thank you, Mayor. Just a few things. So Councilmember Roberts and I have been working on the Festival of Lights for this year. And we have had several meetings with staff, Nona Watson from the Chamber, our Tourism Bureau, the Convention and Visitors Bureau. And really what we're trying to do for this year, in addition to raising as much, if not all of the money for it, and there'll be more for council on that as we move forward with that, is for the actual parade itself to start it earlier, make it shorter, and make it better. One of the things of doing a 2.5-hour parade that starts close to 6 o'clock, really tough for kids. As we see, it's also tough for a lot of the businesses because the restaurants get one seating that night. So what we've been talking about is limiting the number of entrants, reducing that probably by about 20, 25. Have higher standards for entrance, not just cars with a string of Walgreens lights on them, and trying to do the whole parade, in about an hour and a half to an hour 45. So it's done, start at 5:15, be done, by 7 at the latest, probably a little earlier. We also are working on trying to make it more of a weekend. It's a slow tourism season here, and we really want to make Palm Springs over the next couple of years the place to spend the first weekend of December to celebrate the holidays. We have the Christmas tree lighting. We want to do something where all the floats, and they always have a hard place parking and security at night, actually have a Friday night festival where the floats are all judged, and actually the winners, first, second, third place, actually get announced during the parade instead of just a letter after. We're looking at doing some kind of holiday Christmas marketplace over the weekend. We really want to extend it to a 3-day event and really do promotion to get people to come to Palm Springs. So there are a whole bunch of pieces going. We'll have more to report, but we just want to let folks know that is in the works, and I think everyone's pretty excited about it. And instead of having a consultant run the parade, last year actually staff decided to do it themselves, and we're very happy, I think, with the better results that happened, and saving some costs in the process. So there are a whole bunch of things going on that, but people should be on the lookout for that. But there are going to be some much stronger criteria on what it takes to be in the parade to keep the interest level up on that. The Harvey Milk Breakfast recently happened at the Convention Center. Mayor Moon, Councilmember Middleton were there. Councilmember Roberts and I were also there. I knew I was there. And that's because there were 1,200 people. We're now the biggest Harvey Milk Day celebration in the entire world. 350 high school students and 1,200 people were there. So it was just really impressive. And I think for those of us who are members of the LGBT community, to think about at high school going to an event with 1,200 people celebrating, the LGBT community would have been life-changing. And so to see that kind of progress and to see Palm Springs have the biggest event, bigger than San Diego or San Francisco, I think speaks a lot to the organizers. Ron DeHart started this off, but there's a great committee of all volunteers who do an amazing job to get the students there and make this such a success. So I really want to congratulate them. Two other things, there is an effort, PS Resorts is funding a parking study for the Central Business District, as well as some of the surrounding neighborhoods, the impacts of parking. Councilmember Holstage and I are part of that. We had a call going through the draft report today. We got feedback from the committee. And once we have a final report, that's going to be shared. We have a series of public meetings to get community and business input on some of the recommendations. And the last thing is, last week was the Greater Palm Springs Convention and Visitors Bureau meeting, which I was at, and there's a ton that I could share. It's all on their website. But one of the really interesting facts, and I just want to share one, is that in March and April, we were up double-digit the number of visitors to our airport, 13% and 17%. And in April, we had 30,000 more seats with all the new flights that have been brought in coming into Palm Springs than just a year ago. And so you can see all the increase in people who are coming here and spending money and generating tax revenue. So that's it, Mayor. Thank you.
Councilmember Middleton, part two.
This will be very quick. There were approximately 25 people from Neighborhoods USA, the NUSA conference, that attended the Harvey Milk Breakfast. A number of them came up to ask me before the breakfast who Harvey Milk was. By the time the breakfast was half over, they were taking their checkbooks out and donating to the event. And later in the afternoon, I had a number of individuals come up to me and tell me that attending that breakfast had fundamentally changed their view of issues that we have been talking about for years.
Okay, thank you. Anything else, Council? Okay, next item is the consent calendar. I will entertain a motion to accept the consent calendar without items 1H, 1L, 1N, 1O, and 1S. Motion approved made by Councilman Mayor Pro Tem Corrs, seconded by, I went by too fast.
Did you guys do that motion again?
Motion approved made by Mayor Pro Tem Corrs, seconded by Councilmember Middleton. Motion is on the floor. Yeah, that sort of flickered by sort of fast.
Motion passes 5-0.
Thank you. First item, item 1H. 1H is Program Supplemental Agreement number MO14-R1 with the State of California for use of Regional Surface Transportation Program funds and National Highway Performance Funds as part of the Highway Bridge Program for the Indian Canyon Drive Widening and Bridge Replacement, CPO1-11 Federal Aid Project number BRLO 5282, parent 017, close parent. Councilmember Middleton.
Okay, I asked this one to be brought forward. I wanted to ask Mr. Fuller to what extent this project will help us with the issues that we have been having on Indian Canyon and the closure.
Certainly. So this project, for the benefit of the public, is to widen the remaining bottleneck on Indian Canyon to a 6-lane corridor and replaces the 2-lane railroad bridge. We've been working on this project for a long time now. It will help somewhat because that roadway profile will be elevated by almost 10 feet in order to build the new longer span bridge over the railroad. So there'll be some revetments and some improvements for flood control purposes on that elevated roadway as it extends past the granite borrow pit that's there. But we can't control Mother Nature, and the blowing sand will always be a problem. So unfortunately, I can't tell you it will solve that problem.
Mr. Fuller, you explained, we get a lot of emails from people on this, but you've explained in the past that right now this is exacerbated because we had all that very fine sand washed down, and also the vegetation that used to hold the more coarse sand down is gone. And so now we have a very fine sand not held down by vegetation. But you've said over a period of, who knows, period of time, Mother Nature will take care of this, but it's something we can't avoid right now with fences or walls or anything else, correct?
That's correct. Unfortunately, you're right. The vegetation was wiped away, and then we had tons of sediment and fine blow sand that was deposited throughout the Whitewater River, and you can see it if you're driving on 111 or on the 10. You can just see it blowing through the whole Whitewater floodplain. And that is an environmental sensitive area. It's a preserve. Coachella Valley Mountains, Coachella Valley Conservation Commission monitors and regulates what can happen there, and we're prevented from planting plants or putting in anything that prevents sand from blowing, because that is what that preserve is for, is to preserve it for fringe-toed lizards and other endangered species that live in that area.
Okay, I guess we could make comments on that all evening, but okay, thank you, Mr. Fuller. Do we have a motion to approve? Motion approved made by Councilmember Middleton, seconded by Councilmember Holstage. Motion is on the floor.
Motion passes 5-0.
Next item, item 1L. Item 1L is Palm Springs Public Library 3-year strategic plan. Councilmember Middleton.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I wanted to pull this to highlight attention to the strategic plan. We have a number of decisions that are going to have to be made over the next few years. I really want to commend the trustees for the work that they have done in identifying someone to help us with the strategic plan, for the coordination of the meeting that took place in January. I think it was at that meeting very clear that if we want to have a library that we can truly be proud of, one that will answer the needs of this century, we need to take and fundamentally reevaluate our library, and that means it's going to have to become bigger. And we can try to do that within the existing facility, but I believe the best solution is to be looking at a new library building. There are going to be some multiple options that are available to us in examining that. I think the recommendations that are here to establish a building committee that would be one that would include individuals from the Board of Trustees, from leading individuals within our city. I also think there should be representation on that committee from City Council, and as a member of the Library Committee, I would very much like to volunteer to be a part of that project. This is going to be a major undertaking to build a new library. It will have to be a public-private partnership, but it's something that our city needs. Other cities that have made their libraries destination locations have seen the tremendous value that comes from doing that. We have here in Palm Springs a rich history, both in terms of our city, our architecture, our art, but our communities of color, our LGBTQ community, and our library should be celebrating the history of Palm Springs as well as all of the individuals that have made Palm Springs such an incredible place to live.
Councilmember Middleton, has there been any just more discussion? Oh, maybe Councilmember Holstage is going to mention this. Is the College of the Desert discussion still open, or is that off the table?
That is open and is a conversation. We have possibly an opportunity to work in cooperation with the College of the Desert. Their needs are very specific to an academic library, but they have heard us talk about something that would bring a historical element to a library, and that has an academic purpose to it that is of interest to them. We have also begun to have conversation about the possibility of a site in the downtown project area that has some incredible potential to it. So I don't think at this point it's time to identify this is the location or the partnership we want, but it's to keep all of our options open and let the building committee begin to explore with both COD and other partners what would work best.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Holstage.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just quickly wanted to echo Councilmember Middleton's comments. This is an excellent strategic plan, and thank you to city staff and the board in coming up with this and making this happen. A strategic plan is only as good as the action following it. I think we've all probably been involved in strategic plans that aren't executed. So I think that I wanted to make a comment for the council that this decision about the library is one of the most important decisions facing us in the next few months, really. And we need to act now as our library is decaying and needs work, and we have to plan for the library of the future. And I think there's so much excitement around that in the community. We have good options. I agree it can be a destination that can really drive tourism and be a good quality of life investment for our residents. So as we're talking about the budget tonight and going forward, I think we really need to think about how to support this strategic plan with funding in order to get there to a new library, whatever the public decides that should look like. I'm also happy to help as on the building committee and any of the other committees that we can to really push this forward quickly because it is going to be a long process and we want to see a new library as soon as possible. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Is that all? Motion to approve. Do I have a motion approved made by Councilmember Holstage, seconded by Councilmember Middleton? Motion is on the floor.
Motion passes 5-0.
Thank you. Next item 1N, approval of the minutes. Councilmember Holstage.
So I just wanted to pull this and request that it be agendized for a future meeting, or else I can abstain, but it's too dense for me to vote on tonight.
Okay, so do we have a motion to table it till the next, to a date certain, the next meeting? Okay, motion to table the next meeting, made by Mayor Pro Tem Corr, seconded by Councilmember Holstage. The motion is on the floor.
Motion passes 5-0.
Okay, thank you. Next meeting is item 1O, consideration of the 2019 City Council meeting schedule recommendation. I was looking at this weekend, thinking about all the things we have ahead of us, and we went through this pretty fast the first time we discussed it, and I just thought maybe we should cogitate on it a bit more. One question I had was, we've canceled August. We all know what happens in July, just before the August recess. I mean, everything. David throws everything at us because there's a lot of stuff we have to approve so he can get his job done because the staff keeps working in August. And we canceled July the 3rd, and I was thinking, July 4th, yes, it is a holiday. But July 4th is a Thursday, and if we have the council meeting on the 3rd as scheduled, people would still have Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, a 4-day long weekend. So I think we should go ahead and consider having it on July 3rd. Am I getting dirty looks? Because the 4th is a Thursday holiday, not the 3rd. We shouldn't have any problem getting ready for that. David, comment?
Well, we've moved the meeting to June 19th, right? So the question is on July 3rd, right?
No, we'd still have it on. We still have it July 3rd and July 17th. I mean, I don't know why we'd cancel the July 3rd meeting when the holiday's not till the next day.
Well,
You and I discussed this.
Yeah, right, we did. It's up to council, and I would ask Flynn, the planning director, with regard to the things that are matriculating through the planning commission, if he sees any problems with having the one meeting in July.
I think our biggest issue is not the one meeting in July. It's just that there's a 2-month break between July the 17th and September the 18th. While our boards and commissions will be dark during the month of August, I think we have greater concern over losing the first meeting in September rather than the first meeting in July.
Well, let me pose an alternative. Since there's 5 Wednesdays in July, what if we did 2 meetings in July and had it on the 10th and the 24th? Would that be acceptable? That way we could have 2 meetings in July before we start the August recess.
10 and 24 would certainly work much better for me due to a CalPERS conflict where they're meeting off-site on the 17th that makes it impossible to get back.
Okay, well, that's a win-win on that case. Would everybody be agreeable to that? Because I hate having one meeting in July and then being dark in August. I think we're going to just be here all night on that, yes.
Yeah, I'm not opposed to that. I just want to check back. Flynn, does that solve the problem, or are you still concerned about not having that first meeting in September?
No, actually, I think that might work a little bit better for us because it reduces the gap between July and September.
I mean, assuming no one made travel plans based on our prior agreements, I can do it.
Okay, well, 10th and 24th shouldn't mess anybody up. Okay, 10th and 24th, great. The other question I had was, why are we canceling September the 4th? Because Labor Day is on Monday the 2nd, and this is on Wednesday the 4th. And we often, when we have a Monday holiday, we still have city council meeting on Wednesday. Again, we're coming off of an August recess with no meetings from July 24th till September. So I'm just 18th, and that's a long time for us to go with no meeting. That actually puts us almost 2 months without a meeting. So I just don't see why we can't have a meeting on September the 4th. Maybe everybody can't be here, but we should have business to do.
That would be a problem for me because I already made arrangements based on our last schedule.
I know, just taking a second look at it and thinking about the work we have to get done. And going 2 months without a council meeting, I think sometimes puts the city manager and director of planning in a bad situation. Yeah.
Just a question for the city manager, because when we talked about the various options in September and July before, you said you wanted the longer break because it gives you a chance to actually get work done instead of always planning agendas. If that's changed, that's fine, but I just want to check in with you.
Well, it's hard. Well, there's a couple things that I could observe. It's hard to obviously know what's matriculating from the other departments exactly that far out. We know there will be work. The vast majority of it can wait without a problem. Much of it we can do administratively. That's one. Second of all, there's no question that a break for staff is very helpful. To focus on some other things. So as we had it here, it didn't seem that meeting schedule in September was going to be a problem, particularly if we did the additional one in July, is I think what I heard the planning director said. So if we have the meeting, there's always things we can fill in it. If we don't have that meeting, I don't believe, unless Flynn, you know of something specific out of Planning Commission in September at that time period that would be a problem.
No, I don't think it'll be a problem. Again, if you have a second meeting in July, we're able to advise our applicants accordingly and also plan our projects accordingly. So I think we'll be fine without the first meeting in September.
Okay, if we have the second one in July, I wouldn't worry as much about the September. I was just really worried about September.
We can always add it if we need it, if we find, if staff.
Yeah, I think it makes sense. If you need a meeting, but just to fill it doesn't make sense. But if we need it, then do it.
Right, we always have the option of calling a special meeting, Mayor, if something urgent comes up.
Okay, so a motion to approve with a modification that we will have meetings on July 10th and the 24th. Is that acceptable?
Yep.
And not on the 17th.
Not on the 17th.
Thank you.
So that works out better for Lisa anyway.
Thank you.
And that's why we're doing all this.
Councilmember Holstage, I'm sorry, didn't look up.
That's okay, thank you. So I have a question too while we're rediscussing this. So November 6th versus November 20th. So the election day is November 5th. Is that right, City Clerk? So then I'm just thinking, last time, it would be nice to know the city council in order to have a final meeting as this council. And so we've done that in the past. So I was just thinking about if we're definitely going to know the results of the election day or any of that so that we can plan. I guess it's maybe not an issue for this council, but Councilmember
really.
Middleton, you had brought it up of definitely not wanting that 20th meeting.
I think we've talked a lot about this, and I was certainly persuaded that the November 6th meeting, it's a lame duck council in the sense that we will have had an election the day before. If counts are what they have been in other cities, we will not have results on November 6th, although I know all the candidates certainly hope we do. But I think there will be a lot of business that we can take care of that day. It will be essentially the concluding council meeting for this council, and then the December 4 meeting is a celebration of past service and a welcome to the new folks.
I agree.
I think that makes more sense.
Yeah. I just wanted to make sure we went over that before deciding.
And that makes sense. I think that's a better
Okay,
choice.
so the only change will be we will have two meetings in July on the July 10th and the 24th. Okay, motion to approve? Come on, panel. City Clerk, I'm not.
Do we even need a motion
made
for
by Mayor Pro
this?
Tem Corr, second by, just disappeared. Mayor Pro Tem Corr, seconded by somebody.
It's
Councilmember Holstage. Motion is on the floor.
Sorry. Go ahead.
Okay, next item.
Vote again.
Oh, it didn't work, I'm sorry.
Motion passes 5-0.
Okay, thank you. Next item, item 1S, as in Sam. Resolution declaring the City Council's commitment to the restoration of historic Plaza Theater and dedicating future use of the theater for the Palm Springs International Film Festival. Councilmember Roberts?
Thank you. Dr. Reddy, I pulled this only because I was concerned that we are essentially saying, or it appears to say, if you look at the summary, that we are committing to the restoration of the Plaza Theater and dedicating use of the facility for the Palm Springs Film Festival during the annual festival. Do we need to define that any further with respect to time?
Well, I think clearly the intent was during that festival time period of that week in January. But certainly from the floor, if you want to clarify.
Well, I don't
we
know
would include
exactly
that
how
on the
we
record.
clarify it. Is the festival reoccurring in the same week, or generally every January?
Yes, it's always traditionally been the first or sometimes the second week, generally the first week of January.
Well, or what we'd like to do is limit it maybe to a week in January.
Yeah, it goes for about 2 weeks, but the way it's worded now, actually, in the second piece is
A little
just
vague.
for the use of the festivals. Like, it could be all year. The way you read this, I would assume it's like they get it for permanently every day for 365 days a year, which is not the intent.
That was my concern.
So during the festival itself, in January of each year.
Okay. Well, we
Because
will
the
make
dates change
a note
during
of that.
the festival. Yeah.
Maybe, I mean, I don't know if we want to just do it from here right now, but do we want to make it a week in January or the first week of January, or how do you want to
Well,
define
it is closer to 2 weeks. So I think we should at least say in the 2-week period of January, during a 2-week period.
Can we get a better description from the film festival on when we need it? I want to be careful about locking the theater down.
Sure,
if
we'll do
it's
it. We'll
not
bring it
gonna
back
be
to the next
used.
meeting.
Okay, thank you.
Aren't there events for the film festival through at other times during the year?
Absolutely.
Such as the Short Fest and others. So I think the use of the Plaza Theater by the film festival is one of the reasons we're doing this and will be great. So I want to make sure that we make this available to them, but not 365 days a year.
That's the intent is just to clarify it for future councils.
That's easy to do. So we can get the language, and should we just table this to the next meeting?
Yeah, well, let's table, but just so it's clear, so not only January, but the Short Fest is summer, so do we want to include the Short Fest in?
I don't think they want that big a theater. They only asked for it for the 2 weeks that the festival runs, but let's confirm that. That's what they wanted. Just during the January part of the festival is what they asked for. Yeah.
If we table, I'll bring back with some specific information.
Dr. Reddy, can I ask, since I pulled this, if you would just get a schedule of the film festival for the month of July? We can certainly talk about other times as well, but what the festival specifically asked for was use of the theater during the International Film Festival. There are many other film events throughout the year, so we need to be very clear on what we're putting into this document.
Understood.
Thanks so much.
Okay, thank you. We have a motion to table till the next meeting's date certain, next meeting. Motion made by Councilmember Holstage, seconded by Mayor Pro Tem Cordes. Motion is on the floor.
Motion passes 5-0.
Very well, thank you. That concludes our consent calendar items. Next item is public hearings. Our first public hearing of the evening, item 2A, delinquent waste disposal charges. Staff report, please. Let's talk trash.
I'm sorry, Mr. Mayor, Council, thank you. This is an annual item that we do regarding delinquent charges for trash service. Those charges are mailed by our waste hauler, Palm Springs Disposal Services, and throughout the year, unfortunately, some don't pay their bill. At this time, the latest update is there's 776 delinquent accounts with approximately $250,000 in delinquent charges. This item is necessary in order for us to place those delinquent charges on the tax roll. And for our part in doing this, we collect 10%, a 10% assessment from Palm Springs Disposal Services for that charge. We would recommend that you open the public hearing, take public testimony, and adopt the resolution. We do continue to receive payments, and in fact, if any homeowners are here tonight and testify, we can always pull their specific account from this action and work directly with them in Palm Springs Disposal Services. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Fuller. Do we have any questions of staff before we open the public hearing? Councilmember Roberts?
Just quickly, Marcus, when is this contract coming to us, the renewal?
It is good through, it was a 15-year contract, so it was approved in 2013 or 14. So it's got a number of years on it left.
Still got a number of years left
Yeah.
on it, okay.
Councilmember Holstage?
Thank you. I see the notice in the attachment. Was there a notice done in Spanish at all? And remind me, and not to put you on the spot, because I did not let you know I was going to ask that ahead of time. I think we had talked about notification requirements and bringing those to council. We had talked about tenant notification for different items, and I think we had talked about Spanish notification as well.
Okay.
So if you don't have the answer, we can just hold that and open the public hearing. Other questions?
Yeah, I can tell you it was not given in Spanish, but reference in Spanish was given to those that needed assistance to call. And so to that extent, we were providing that service.
Do we have information about if people called and how many for language access?
I don't know. I haven't been advised that anybody has called.
Okay, thank you.
Although we do have a representative from Palm Springs Disposal here, they may be able to answer that question. Please.
Hello, we'll turn it on for you.
There you go.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, members of the council, staff and residents. Thank you for the time. I'm Chris Cunningham, representative with Palm Springs Disposal. Yes, we do get those calls in there, and they do reference that inside of, in the letter. If there is a need to have that letter created in Spanish too, to all of the residents, we can do that. That's not a problem.
That would be great going forward. Thank you.
Problem.
Okay, thank you. Any other, Councilmember Holst? Oh. Anything else? Any other questions before we open the public comments? Seeing none, we will open the floor for public comments. The public will have 2 minutes available to speak. Anyone wish to speak on this subject?
No speakers?
Any speakers? Going, gone. Public comments is closed. Any council discussion? We have a motion to approve made by Mayor Pro Tem Corr, seconded by Councilmember Middleton. Motion is on the floor.
Motion passes 5-0.
Our next public hearing item, item 2B, amendment to the Palm Springs zoning code relative to the height and setback standards for commercial wind energy conversion systems. Standard staff report, please.
Mr. Mayor and members of council, you have before you this evening a proposed ordinance to modify the standards for our wind energy conversion systems, or the wind turbines, that we have in the city of Palm Springs. The key changes that are being proposed to you are relative to the height and setbacks for the WEX machines themselves. We're proposing an increase from our 300-foot height limit to 500 feet, and then reducing our setback from 1.25 times the height to 1.1 times the height. As we talk about height of the wind turbines, it's important to understand how we measure those. The graphic that you have here on your screen shows how we measure height. And so the height is measured to the top of the blade in the 12 o'clock position. You'll notice there to the right, it talks about the hub height. That is the height of the actual tower itself. And so when we talk about 500 feet, that's with the blade extended. The actual tower is generally much less than that in terms of the height. Now, the reason why we're bringing this before you this evening is because technology with these systems has changed dramatically over the last 30 years, and our ordinance is a little bit out of date. As you'll notice, the last 4 or 5 applications that we've had come in, we've had to do variances from height limits because, again, our code is outdated and limits the height to 300 feet. The taller machines are much more efficient. We had one repowering application come in recently that the Planning Commission reviewed, where they were taking out 300 turbines and replacing them with 20 taller turbines. And so again, it's a dramatic difference by allowing the greater height. And so that's the reason why we have the ordinance before you. The Sustainability Commission actually drafted the changes for us, and they approved those back in February. The Planning Commission reviewed the ordinance in March and added several conditions to it. We received a couple of public comment letters relative to the proposed changes to the ordinance, one from WindTech and then the other from the Sierra Club and the Center for Biological Diversity. In the WindTech letter, they make a number of suggested changes to the ordinance. One is relative to the height of meteorological towers. Those are the towers that are used to measure the effectiveness and the wind speed of the actual turbines themselves. Also an issue about accessory uses on the WEX site, clarifying the residential setbacks. They had concern about the additional conditions that were added by the Planning Commission, and then language that we have in our existing ordinance relative to the repair and replacement of existing WEX. In terms of the issues, really there's one that became an issue for the Sierra Club and the Center for Biological Diversity relative to the proposal from WindTech, and that's relative to section 3F in our ordinance, where currently it says that you can repair or replace existing equipment under a land use permit, which is an administrative process. The concern there is oftentimes the replacement equipment is somewhat larger than what was there before. And so the concern is that we're not doing environmental review for that. We've actually met together, we met together, WindTech and the Sierra Club, Center for Biological Diversity, and came up with a resolution to that, in that what we're proposing is that those repairs or replacement could be done under a land use permit where the height of the turbine does not exceed 300 feet and any increase or decrease in the blade length is less than 30%. And so that's the compromise position between the two groups. With that, we think that we have an ordinance that can move forward. So what I'm recommending this evening is that you take public testimony. You'll hear comments from the public relative to the proposed changes. We would ask that you give us direction after you take the public testimony and then continue the item for 2 weeks until your June 5th meeting. That way I can come before you with a clean ordinance reflecting the changes that are discussed here this evening. That concludes my report to you. I'd be happy to answer any questions that you might have.
Thank you, Director Fagg. Do we have any questions of staff before we open public comments? Any? Okay, seeing none, we will open to public comments. Members of the public will have 2 minutes to comment. Our first speaker is David Friedman, then Joan Taylor, then Peter Maruzzi.
Good evening, Mayor Moon, Mayor Pro Tem Corus, and council members. My name is David Friedman. I am a member of the Sustainability Commission and its Standing Committee on Solar and Green Building, and I worked with staff on the draft wind energy conversion system ordinance before you this evening. The Sustainability Commission approved a draft ordinance at its February 19 meeting. Staff's recommendations 1, 3, 4, and 5 on pages 3 to 5 of the staff report this evening are consistent with the text approved by the Sustainability Commission. Our commission did not consider the additional accessory use in recommendation 2. As Director Fagg just mentioned, there have been substantial technological advances in wind turbines. Both the existing turbines and the zoning code provisions that regulate their height and setbacks are time-worn and need an update. The draft ordinance increases the maximum turbine height from 3 to 500 feet. Considering the staff recommendation this evening, the maximum height of the meteorological towers would be increased from 200 feet to the greater of 330 feet, or the hub heights of the wind towers. The ordinance also adjusts certain setback requirements. Also, as Director Fagg mentioned, is consistent with the recent Planning Commission approval of the Coachella Flats project, which removed 363 aging and inefficient wind turbines to be replaced by 20 wind towers of 499 feet and 2 meteorological towers 315 tall, is also consistent with the county site standards. Draft ordinance helps the city achieve its planning and sustainability goals. It will facilitate the orderly and efficient development of wind energy resources and regulate their location, operation, and management, support and encourage the use of alternative energy sources such as wind, and encourage green technologies, renewable, and related activities as a business development goal to attract this type of business activity and clean tech jobs here to Palm Springs. Facilitating new wind projects will also demonstrate the city's role as a regional leader. Thank you for your consideration. I'm available for any questions you may have.
Thank you, Mr. Friedman. Our next speaker, Joan Taylor, followed by Peter Maruzzi.
Mayor and members of the council, Joan Taylor, Palm Springs. I just want to express our appreciation for the Director Flynn and Fred Noble and Chris Lucker of WindTech for meeting with us. And I think we've achieved a compromise resolution that would not impair Mr. Noble from doing the types of minor replacements he has in mind, but would ensure that in the future, significant changes increasing the size and so forth of wind turbines would have a CUP review. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Taylor. Next is Peter Maruzzi.
Mr. Mayor and council members, I'm Pete Maruzzi. I'm vice chair of the Planning Commission, but I'm speaking not of them or for them, but on my own. We were concerned about environmental review, and we believe, or I believe, that this compromise does accomplish that, and that the issues that we raised in the Planning Commission have been addressed. So I want to support the new language as it's being proposed.
Thank you, Mr. Maruzzi. Any other speakers, Mr. Mejia? Seeing none, we will close public comment. Council comments? We have a motion to approve made by Councilmember Mayor Pro Tem Corus, seconded by Councilmember Holstead. Motion is on the floor.
I have one question, Mayor.
I'm sorry. Councilmember Roberts?
My only question and I don't know who in staff specifically to direct this, so anybody feel free. In looking at the added language, there's a sentence that I find curious, and it says, It says to allow the city to include recommendations from wildlife agencies in the conditions of approval. Was the city or the commission ever not able to include those conditions if they chose to, or to consider those conditions?
No. Under the
So why are we
language,
specifically adding that?
there was a concern on the part of the Planning Commission that they have the ability to include mitigation measures as necessary as we look at repowering projects. They just wanted to make sure it was explicit. However, there is existing language both in the wind energy conversion ordinance and also in the code relative to conditional use permits that we need to address impacts of uses. And so that gives us the ability to add those mitigation measures as may be necessary. So again, it was just trying to be more explicit in terms of conditions.
Okay, it's just interesting when we include, we include one authority in that. It almost sounds as if we're precluding others. And I wonder why we're singling out one that was never precluded in the first place. So it just seems odd to me to add language to add one that was never precluded ever.
Yeah.
And that the commission can include recommendations from anyone or anything or any authority, correct?
Correct.
So, it just doesn't make sense. So it is out?
Yeah. And so we will correct that in the clean version that will come to you in 2 weeks.
Okay, so it is officially out. That's what I wasn't sure on. Okay, that works. Thank you.
Okay, let me modify what I said a moment ago. We have a motion to approve this, to continue it till June the 5th to have the cleanup language.
Okay.
Councilmember Middleton?
I just want to quickly thank the director, Ms. Taylor, Mr. Friedman, Mr. Maruzzi, Mr. Noble, Mr. Lucker. The process worked, and this was great work by everyone. Thank you.
Compromise always saves us time, doesn't it? Yeah. Okay, motion to approve to continue to a date certain of June the 5th.
Motion passes 5-0.
Okay, thank you. Our next public hearing item is item 2C. Consider revocation or modification of a conditional use permit issued to Fury Investments, Inc. for Zelda's Nightclub located at 611 South Palm Canyon Drive. Staff report, please.
Mr. Mayor and members of council, David Newell from my staff will be making the presentation on part of the planning department, and the police department is also here. Mr. Newell?
Yes, thank you, Mayor and members of the council. So the item before you, just as a refresher, this is a conditional use permit that was granted by the Planning Commission in 2012. They adopted Planning Commission Resolution 6288, and that was to approve the nightclub use at the Sun Center, subject to conditions of approval. So staff so the operation has been ongoing since 2012, and staff determined, as you'll recall back at your meeting in March, that there were some compliance issues with the conditional use permit conditions, notably police condition 2 and administrative condition number 10. So staff scheduled this for hearing by the council back on March 20th. And just as a reminder, Planning Commission condition police department number 2 was that they implement a security plan, which was approved by the police department. And so there were some issues with failure to comply by the applicant. And then secondly, the condition administrative number 10, there was if there was determined that the police chief found issues with compliance, that the significant safety issues could be reviewed by the council at a revocation hearing. So those are the reasons why this was brought before you back on March 20th. So at the hearing on March 20th, the council continued this item to today's date. The applicant agreed to temporarily suspend business operations and close the business until this hearing has concluded. The applicant has also provided some was required to provide some documentation with respect to the equipment and cameras that he had purchased over the years for the business. And the police department was to come back and develop a security plan for the business to implement. So the applicant did provide some invoice receipts for the business, and as you see here on the screen, there was 3 that occurred prior to the revocation hearing, 1 in 2012, 1 in 2014, and 1 in 2017. And all of these were related to the installation of 2 cameras, the oldest being 2 cameras on the roof. And most recently, in May, the applicant did sign a contract for servicing of this monthly surveillance system, surveillance system on a monthly basis. So just to go over some of the issues that this security plan has been revised by the police department. So first, one of the revisions included daily verification that the surveillance system is operable, and in the event that it is not operable, the applicant would be required to close the business until it was a functional system. So that has been added to the security plan. There's a requirement to provide advance notice to the police department when there are special events like concerts, live bands, special celebrity appearances, where they have maximum capacity expected for the business, or there may be a large wait line out in front of the business. They have, we've also added requirements that they have security personnel specifically 2 at the entry to the business at all times, and 8 additional within the business, and that each of these security personnel are trained for events that might involve active shooters, sexual harassment or assault, or bomb threats. So the security plan requires that the security personnel are highly trained in these events, as well as with the procedures and requirements of the security plan. The security plan also has requirements now that the security personnel have a communication line to the police and fire department, and that would be available at all times. So that is to be verified on a daily basis. We've also incorporated some new enforcement actions available to the city. One being that the police chief has authority to close the business, notifying the applicant in writing that there's been a violation, and that is the reason for the closing of the business. The applicant does have the ability to appeal that decision, the police chief's decision, to the city council, and that would be scheduled in accordance with the revocation hearing procedures that we've gone through already. So that would be a new process that they could potentially go through if they were not satisfied with that decision of the police chief. Secondly, administrative fines could be imposed on the business in accordance with the municipal code, and that would be up to $2,500 per incident. So those are some of the changes that we've done to the security plan. Staff believes that these would address a lot of the safety concerns that we've had, and with the implementation of the security plan, we are recommending that the council modify the CUP subject to a few conditions. One, that the applicant agree in writing to comply with this revised security plan and any subsequent revision. I can say that the applicant has already signed the new security plan, so we do have a copy of that, and that is the copy that is also attached to your report. It's the same copy. A second condition would be that the applicant implement the security plan and train all personnel on the requirements of the security plan. And then lastly, that the applicant submit payment for the preparation of the revised security plan. So staff has prepared draft resolutions for you to consider, 2 of which, or the first one is the modification of the CUP. Alternatively, the council could revoke the CUP on the basis of noncompliance. So those are both options that are attached to your report for consideration. So again, just to reiterate, if the council does decide to modify the conditional use permit, we would recommend that the 3 items that you see on the screen be implemented before the business is reopened. So that's outlined in the draft resolution attached to your report. So that concludes my presentation. I'm available if you have any questions. I know Captain Kovaloff, who was involved with this, is also here and can answer your questions. Mr. Mayor.
Thank you very much. Do we have questions of staff before we go over to the Public comments? Councilmember Roberts.
Thank you. I have a number of questions for you or for a police department. You spoke earlier about a contract, a monthly contract to maintain or monitor the equipment. How long is that contract?
I believe it's for 1 year.
A one-year contract. So one thing we know, or we certainly know from the reports from the police department, is that some of the worst violence was taking place in the parking lot in front. What actions are we taking with respect to that activity? So we see a plan from the department to have security inside and at the door, but what are we doing about the parking lot specifically immediately around this business? Was that considered at all other than just a camera?
Good evening, council members and mayor. We have added cameras. The owner has been very cooperative, responsive to my staff who have visited the place frequently since the last meeting. One of the requirements is patrols of that area every half an hour, in addition to the minimum security officers on duty. You're going to have 2 at the door at all times. Before that was 1, and that's not to include the other 8. So at a minimum, they're going to have 10 security officers on duty at any given time. Those 8 officers can be outside, inside, but monitoring the whole area. And required to have 30-minute patrols, which will be kept on logs also.
I'm happy to hear about the 30-minute patrols. My concern is that trouble brewing inside might recognize that there's security that would get in their way and decide to take it outside. And that's, I guess, what we've certainly seen in the past. So I'm wondering if there's enough of a program that would include monitoring activities right outside the club, maybe out of direct eye contact from those who are at the door checking people in and so forth.
You know, I believe the security team that's here tonight can address those things. I believe they have additional training, but one of the key pieces here is that we want is that communication piece between the business and us. When they have issues brewing inside or outside, that they contact us to respond. And that was lacking in the past. We came there after the fact. So the training of their staff, in addition to that communication piece, is to hopefully get ahead of those things in addition to the patrols.
Thank you. And my last question is about the cameras themselves. So this business has a history of having their cameras stolen somewhat frequently. What is the plan to keep those cameras from now being stolen?
Well, it's a requirement that the system be fully operational every day, and that if it's not operational, they're not going to be open. To steal the cameras now, it would require somebody to climb on top of the 2-story building. I believe all of them that I've seen are mounted up high or against the ceiling at the entrance. Those are the ones that are outside. Now, the ones inside, they wouldn't be stolen typically anyway because they're inside the business, but the cameras are mounted on top of the building or affixed to the ceiling above the entrance and the exit on the rear.
Were those not the cameras in the past that were supposedly stolen?
I do not know specifically where those cameras were stolen from and where they were mounted.
Okay. So my only question to you is, should we put in a stronger requirement for security of the cameras themselves, be that cages or other equipment that might keep them there longer?
That would sure help, but honestly, as long as they're monitoring their system, but the bottom line is, if one camera's down, they're down. The system has to be up and running for them to be up and running.
Okay, thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Councilmember Middleton.
Captain Kovalev, under the revised security plan, there will be a minimum of 10 security personnel at all times?
Yes, ma'am.
And how many previously were on site?
1 at the door and a minimum of up to 8 total. And there was, I believe, a maximum of 12.
So it's not that big an increase in terms of the security personnel?
The 2 at the door key, and then a minimum of 8 elsewhere. Obviously, for special events or any special entertainers, we would hope that they would bring in additional staffing.
Hope?
Well, we're going to be notified of them and make recommendations of such, but a minimum of 10 on duty at any given point.
Did you consider requiring that instead of every 30 minutes in this parking lot, there be permanent security of at least one person who was at all times in the parking lot?
That's something we can consider. We didn't mandate where those posts were in that lot. That lot is shared by other businesses up until certain hours of the day, but that would be acceptable, definitely on the.
It's something that I would like to see considered as part of this plan, if in fact we decide to make the amendments that at all times there be at least one security guard roaming in the parking lot, not at the door, not inside, but okay. This is a broader question. If Zelda's reopens, does your job and the job of our police officers get harder or easier?
Harder.
Because?
All of these establishments require additional calls for service. That's just the nature of any business of this type. You know, driving under the influence is a common theme with bars. So is fighting. You know, people drink and they fight, and that's going to require additional service. So obviously, when we have a business that has this type of activity, it's going to require more resources from the police department and ultimately make our jobs harder.
And should the rest of the taxpayers in the city pay for those additional services? And this is more a public policy question, but I'll ask it now in a very rhetorical fashion. The question becomes, who should pay for that additional work?
That's a great question.
I'm not hearing that Zelda's is going to pay for that additional work.
You know, that's a great question. It's not only Zelda's, but it's all of our establishments. I have had a heartburn over this my nearly 21-year career here that we have to station officers outside of these bars for the most part at the end of the evening because we do not have the resources and we leave other parts of the city unpatrolled. And those streets become more dangerous as a result of that. You know, that bar closure time is peak time for drinking and driving across the city. And who should pay for that? Unfortunately, it's the burden of the taxpayers, and there's no other funding. I don't know of any other bar or any other establishment other than special events when we require specific funding for police services. It would be tied to a special event, not just the normal operating business costs.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Mayor Pro Tem Kors?
Thank you, Mayor. While we're on the subject, and I think you answered it, but I just want to check. So if your opinion from working, with Zelda's over the years, so if we didn't modify it and Zelda's closed and another bar club went in, do you think it being Zelda's is more work than another club in that space? There have been other clubs in that space before, obviously. Or is it something unique to Zelda's, or is it any club in that space is going to cause more work?
A lot of it has to do with the entertainment provided and the crowd that gathers with that. And a lot of it's with the music and the younger crowd, what type of crowd it is, and that basically dictates the level of activity at the establishment.
Thank you.
Councilmember Holstage, questions?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just have a question about the types of cameras. So I was reviewing the receipts about the cameras that were purchased previously. You had them on the staff report on the presentation. Does it specify, and I apologize if it's in here, but it's 230 pages. Does it specify the safety plan, what types of cameras we're requiring, like commercial level cameras or other types? I saw that these were wireless cameras. Do you have any information about that?
You know, we did not get into the specifications of what type of camera, what type of system. I will say this, my staff that went out there and reviewed them was impressed with their current system that they have put in place.
Okay, that's helpful. Thank you. And I just had a question about, I saw that the safety plan goes over a number of different topics, active shooter, stabber, weapons, bomb threats, and sexual harassment and assault. And I saw that the sexual harassment and assault is like 2 sentences, just kind of zero tolerance. And I was wondering if, I know it's a huge issue at any bar or where people are drinking. I was wondering if we wanted to think about strengthening the requirements for compliance about sexual harassment. There's no requirement that people be banned from an establishment or that the police are called while they're still on site. Other kind of rules that we might require for other types of crimes.
That's a great option. You know, the sexual harassment is a broad way to describe things. And, you know, obviously some of it might reach the criminal level where we're going to take action and there's going to be a crime report generated and possibly an arrest. If it's not to that level, but it is still sexual harassment, the reason we wanted that in there is because sometimes, if not all the time, that ends up resulting in some of the fights and actions that happen. Somebody says the wrong thing to somebody inside, and that ends up spilling into bar closure time. And we want that to be addressed immediately, and we want it to be reported if it reaches that level that it needs to be. But I'm open to strengthening that language. But it's something that we've never added, by the way, in any security plan before. This is something new.
Thank you. I appreciate you adding it. I saw that I think 1 in 6 of attendees at Coachella reported sexual harassment and assault. So I think it's important to include in these safety plans. Thank you. I have nothing else.
Captain, the last time we had this hearing on a similar subject, we had a lot of discussion from the police department about the number of calls that have been made to this location, which was very concerning. I don't remember the exact numbers, but they were considerable. And I of course, am concerned about the time that's spent. I mean, 2 officers have to go to a call, correct?
Nearly all the time. Anytime there's something to do with violence or a propensity of violence, we're going to send at least 2 officers to the call.
And of course, then after one of these, you have administrative work to do afterwards, correct?
Yes.
Okay, so I would see it as somewhat of an administrative burden, but we're just in questions right now. The question I have is, you know, I worry obviously about our residents and our visitors when they're in a dangerous situation, but I also worry about our police officers in a situation like this where you have a limited space full of a lot of people who are intoxicated and things get a little out of hand, and we know it has. There's been a shooting, there's been shootings and a murder there. Do you feel that when you're there late at night that it's more of a threat to our police officers than most places in the city?
It can be sometimes, depending on the crowd and the activity going on in the crowd. And it's not necessarily inside the business. I've never felt that way at both locations of Zelda's, and I've never heard that expressed from my staff. But the parking lot, when there are large fights, most definitely, it's a danger not only to the public, but to our staff. You know, violent situations with large groups of people fighting are not easy to contain, and officers do and have been injured at this location and at other locations. So yes, it does affect our staff's safety, most definitely.
Okay, thank you, Captain. Any questions about Councilmember Roberts?
Yeah, well, Captain, one last question. Would it make a significant difference for this location to have one of the security personnel in the parking lot, and most definitely at closure?
Yes. Any eyes on, and that can then deter activity, that can see activity, observe it, and report activity would most definitely help us out, because we can't be there all the time. We should be there all the time.
So you would suggest that as an important place to post is in the parking lot itself?
Yes.
Thank you so much.
Any other questions to staff before we open the public hearing? Okay, seeing none, we will open the public hearing to public comment. The applicant has up to 5 minutes to present their case, and if requested, will have 2 minutes available at the end for rebuttal. Members of the public are invited to speak on this public hearing item for up to 2 minutes. The applicant, you now have 5 minutes.
Good evening, Mayor Moon, Mayor Pro Tem Coors, and the council and city manager. I want you to know our prior conduct is explainable, but it's not justifiable. I apologize from the bottom of my heart. My heart hurts daily for the 2 gentlemen and their families that were hurt and killed in the incident, and I want this to never, ever happen again. I have met with Captain Kovanov, Lieutenant Gus Ariza, and Sergeant Frank Garino, and we are promising that we will listen and abide by the new security plan and fully cooperate 100%. I will stay connected with the Palm Springs Police Department. We have hired Metro Security K-9 with owner Roger O'Rourke to help completely control the inside and outside of the lot, especially the outside parking lot, which you were talking about. Every security guard that will be hired with a guard card and entered into a PDF file that was created for Sergeant Frank Garino. He wanted it so I could send it instantly to him. So he says, send your guard cards over. I can email him right, or if he just pops in, let me see him, Mike, they'll be available to him. These are available at all times in the Palm Springs Police Department, in person or by email. The guards will be instructed on all information in the security plan, house rules. The landlord also has added additional security for opening. We will also have 2 guards from Metro out there at all times. So there will be 2 guards out there in the parking lot at all times. Upon the request of the Palm Springs Police Department, we have purchased a patron ID scan. It's a kiosk scan. It's a brand new thing that checks the IDs, puts it in. So a couple of the other bars have already got them. This computer scanning system can catch fake IDs so they can't be reused at night. It also flags unwanted patrons for the next time. So that's kind of what one of you guys are saying, that can we remember the person? This computer will remember them. So if they try 2 months later to try to get in and we scan that ID, it's going to pop up, no, this guy's unwanted. And we can also, with the other people that have the system, we'll be able to share it with the other clubs, and they can share it with us also, the patrons that have been problems. We have also purchased 2-way radios with headsets for all security guards so they can communicate from anywhere in the club and to the outside in the parking lot, so problems can be diffused quickly before they escalate. Nightly logs will be kept from Metro and our security guards. Our lead security guards will do a log each night, and they will be available to the Palm Springs Police Department at any time also. As you heard, we purchased a new high-tech custom camera system, NVR system, and has been installed and will be checked nightly. We have a check thing that we will check every night to see the cameras on and if they are recording. So that'll be checked nightly and daily. We're there during the day also. I want to add to that what we'll do if the camera is stolen up there, we will keep 2 or 3 extras down below in the office, and I'll have them installed instantly. Use of the surveillance system shall commence a minimum 1 hour before the start of regular business hours or any special events and shall remain on in use until the last patron employee has left the establishment. The recordings will be saved for over 30 days and made available anytime to the Palm Springs Police Department. 2 more cameras were added upon the Palm Springs Police Department's request. Sergeant Frank Garino came over and walked through the place, and he says, I'd like a camera right here, Mike, over the store, and one over the back door, and we had those installed right away for him. And then he came back and viewed the entire camera system. Most of our employees are back on board to come back to work at Zelda's if you see fit to give us another chance. We promise not to let the city of Palm Springs down. We have taken online courses requested by the police department on crowd control, and we will input the names and security guards that have taken these, and they have to take this course each time they start at Zelda's, and it'll also be available to the Palm Springs Police Department anytime. We have set an appointment with Sergeant Mike Casavan for the active shooter course Thursday, May 30th at 6 p.m. for all security and management, and we'll continue that with all new employees. And in today's world, we have to, they have to show us how to handle those situations. We were registered for the ABC Lead Meeting course in Indio on Saturday, June 1st, but it was canceled yesterday by the ABC leader trained Dana Saladern. I will re-register the meeting for Tuesday, June 25th. Or I believe also maybe the Metro might be able to teach the class also, this Metro Security. We will instruct our staff. This is the big one too, and Sergeant Frank Garino emphasized this sexual harassment thing. We will instruct all staff that there is zero tolerance to any sexual harassment to all genders for physical or verbal harassment, and will be instantly terminated and reported to the Palm Springs Police. Each incident we will call instantly, call the police on it.
Okay, thank you. That's your 5 minutes. You'll have another 2 minutes at the end for rebuttal if you'd like to have it.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
I apologize again for the unprofessionals.
Okay, now we will open it to members of the public. Our first speaker is Mike McCormick, followed by Roger Ulrich, and then Janet Spiegel. We have 6 people who have signed up to speak.
Good evening, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, and council members and city staff. My name is Roger Reek. I am the CEO of Metropolitan Canine Security, which is a local company here in the Coachella Valley that Zelda's nightclub in the past 4 years has hired us off and on to provide security services, trainings, and stuff like that for their staff. We have met tremendously over the last 3 to 4 weeks on different plans, different things that we will be rolling out to ensure the safety not only of our patrons going to the club, but as we all know, it's a shopping center that has other businesses in public. We want to make sure that the public is safe as well. They have assigned 2 of our staffs that are fully uniformed, definitely identifiable versus a regular security guard that's inside the club with the black suit with the name tag on. Ours are fully marked. They are in a patrol vehicle that is fully marked with decals and lights. Those 2 are strictly assigned to the parking lot from 9 p.m. till 2:30 a.m. With that, we've done some crowd control classes. We have done some observations and reporting classes. There's been about 32 hours of elective courses, I guess you can call them, that the state BSIS, which is the state of California, for the Bureau of Security Investigation Services that require a certain amount of trainings. Zelda's is in compliance of that. We did do all their certifications for all their current staff that they have employed now that will be acting on behalf as a security officer. They are fully licensed. They did pass the certification. And a couple new policies that we've come up with is no ins and outs. I think that's obviously a big problem. If we can keep people inside, there's no reason to go outside anyways. Minimize the traffic in the parking lot, because obviously that's where the point of interest or concern is. No ins and outs should help when it comes to that. The dress code, they have stepped it up a couple notches. Now we're just going to enforce those. And thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Ulrich. Next is Janet Spiegel, then Robert Findley, then Jose Martinez.
Mayor Moon, City Council members, my name is Janet Spiegel. I am a resident of Palm Springs, and I am a new student at the Bikram Yoga Plus Palm Springs in the Sun Center. I wish to make my opinion heard about the potential reopening of Zelda's, also in the Sun Center, neighbor to Bikram Yoga Plus Palm Springs. Our founder is the late, beloved Denise Dewberry-Hay, who you were kind enough to come to our ribbon cutting, Mayor Moon. Thank you very much. Denise was a philanthropist, an entrepreneur, a local restaurant owner, and a wildly accomplished businesswoman and a dear friend of mine. And I miss her very, very much. We would love to have a healthy food establishment of some kind. Our students and teachers at the Yoga Center would be automatic customers as we crave healthy food to complement our yoga practice. Even in Denise's manifesto, she wrote, and I quote, "We believe that everyone has personal fitness goals. We applaud that. Even more, we are dedicated to your having a transformational experience that helps you realize a life of vibrant health, balance, joy, and inner peace." I was going to make a little kind of a joke about, inviting all the Zelda's customers instead of dancing and drinking at Zelda's to come on up to the yoga studio and, do some poses with us. But my point being that I'm really just here to support Mayor Moon's comments that you made to Brooke Berry on May 17th in a KESQ story. And you said, Mayor Moon, that I know we went through this once before. I'm very surprised that they are thinking about reopening. Because they've made promises in the past, there was always an excuse for not being able to meet those requirements, said Mayor Moon. I just wonder, in my final statement, if there's any other location.
Thank you, Ms. Spiegel.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next speaker is Robert Findley, followed by Jose Martinez, then Mariah Hanson. If anyone else wishes to speak, please put a card in to the city clerk at this time. Good evening, Mr. Findley.
Mayor, council, staff. My name is Robert Findley. My wife and I are residents of Palm Springs. Matter of fact, we're within the 500-foot radius of that address. You've got a copy of what I was going to say. I'm fairly impressed with what's been said already here this evening. I just hope it's not another stack of empty promises. I've seen the pictures in the little thing that they put up here on the table, and that's real fine for today. But is that going to remain in effect 6 months from now, a year from now? Is that security setup and that system going to still be operable? Because for 7 years, they've had a blatant disregard for the safety of their patrons, their employees, and the local public. And all we get is promises, promises, and they don't deliver. And I'm sorry, but I'm just a bit skeptical. And, do we have to wait around for someone else to get either injured or murdered before we make a final decision on this? I personally think enough is enough. And, you had your chance, you blew it for 7 years. What are we going to do? Sit back and let them do it again? And like I say, I hope if you do allow them to reopen, I hope this new security plan works. I really do. But like I said, I'm a skeptic, and I can't see it happening. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Findley. Our next speaker is Jose Martinez, then Mariah Hanson.
Good evening. My name is Jose Martinez, and I'm an employee. I'm an employee at Metro K-9. I've been there for over 3 years, and I just want to assure you guys that the safety of our customers is number one. All our guards are now fully trained, and like everybody said, communication is going to be a lot better. I'm one of the several, besides management, that's going to be able to make the decision to call law enforcement and the need arises.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Martinez. Next speaker and our last speaker is Mariah Hanson.
Hello, and Mayor Moon, Jeff, rest of the council members, and David. I just want to say that it was pretty tough for the Dinah to lose Zeldas, and it was really incredible for Mike, and thank you also, Jeff, for offering to help us find a location, because we had like 2 weeks to do it. We ended up at the Village Pub, and whilst it's a really wonderful location, and I respect and am thankful to David, it was difficult because there's a lot of traffic, and if you want to talk about sexual harassment, we experienced it all night that night. We're safe at Zelda's, and I think it's really easy to kind of paint a picture of an irresponsible club owner, and I don't think that that's the truth. I think it's more difficult. We have a pandemic of an outbreak of violence in this country, and of course, when you're dealing with establishments that are serving liquor, you're going to have a higher incident of that. I think what would be more interesting is to compare how many calls all nightclubs get down the entire valley, because this guy runs a good establishment, and I think he's also, the writing's on the wall, and I think that he is going to really impress you and surprise you, because I think he's going to show you that he is going to present a nightclub that is going to run the way that we all wish all nightclubs would run, because he has everything to lose at this point. And I think that the dialogue that's been going on with the police department, with you guys, it's been incredible. And so I want to leave you with the thought of an entertainment commission, because these dialogues shouldn't stop. We all need support in this community to address violence, and I think that an entertainment commission is a really interesting idea for you guys to consider, so that maybe quarterly or maybe monthly, the commission is working to help further these kind of solutions so that we have safe nightclubs, not only with Zelda's, but in the entire city.
Thank you, Ms. Hanson.
Thank you.
Mr. Mejia, any other speakers?
No other speakers?
Okay, thank you. Seeing none, we will close this portion of the public comments. Mr. McCormick, do you have 2 minutes for rebuttal if you'd like it? No rebuttal? Okay. Seeing that, we will close the public comments portion. Staff discussion? Council discussion? Councilmember Roberts.
Thank you, Mayor. Red, I'm skeptical too. With respect to the history of Zelda's, we weren't really aware of what was going on there until it escalated into people dying there. They're getting shot in front of it. So when I look back on their 7-year history, clearly we should have acted earlier on this club and on this owner. It sounds like a long run of deterioration, and we just didn't know about it until now. The calls and the violence on this club far exceeded any other club. I know we looked at those numbers carefully the last time this was before us, and Zelda stood head and shoulders above with calls not only to police, but violence in the lots and violence against police. I don't know where I'm going to go on this. I'm anxious to hear from my colleagues. I feel somewhat comfortable in that our police department has expressed that they feel that there's a security plan in place that will be monitored, that spot checks, we can require regular spot checks on the equipment and testing the employees. So we will know that the equipment's up and running. We talked about looking at ways to actually monitor the cameras themselves. If I were to consider voting to allow this, it would be purely on a very strict probationary basis. If we saw any signs of mismanagement or violence inside or outside of this club, I'd want to see it back to us almost immediately, or give the ability to our police chief to shut it down immediately and permanently, and end the conditional use permit permanently. One thing that seems clear to me is that in our requirements, if we go forward with this, that we need probably at least one qualified security officer in the parking lot from opening and probably to an hour after closing. It seems like the worst problems are occurring outdoors. David, or can the captain let me know, is there an outdoor smoking area for this bar that's confined in the back? Or when people smoke, do they come out into the parking area?
I don't believe there's the only outdoor patio's in front underneath the arcade, so I don't know if that's smoking allowed or not. The applicant might be able to clarify, but that would be the only location if there was any. Otherwise, it would have to occur in the parking lot.
Okay, so Captain, you expressed that your sole desire in helping the security problems here was keeping them inside the building, because problems seem to occur when they take it outside or leave at closing. So I'm concerned that with people smoking, they're going to be going in and out, and we can't really control that unless they have a secured, fenced area for smoking.
I believe the owner can address it, but I believe it is fenced off from the general public.
Okay, thank you. Those are my comments for now. I want to think more about this.
Okay, I have a habit of usually waiting till last to speak, but I really want to speak on this. When I go through the staff report and I look back and I read the CUP from 2012 signed by then Police Chief Al France, I mean, it goes into a great deal of detail about the the way it's going to be organized, and it talks about applicants shall install and maintain a video surveillance system as approved by the chief of police, and it goes on and on about the video system and how it's going to be set up and how they're going to have logs of the video and how it's going to be maintained, and it goes on and on and on and on and on. And then it goes on to say applicants shall ensure that frequent patrols of the area surrounding the business, including all parking lots utilized by patrons and adjacent sidewalks, are conducted during business hours. These patrols, which should discourage patrons from loitering on the property, shall be conducted on foot and include removal of any litter, records of these patrols, et cetera, et cetera. This goes on and on and on. This is 2012, and it sounds just like what we're going through now. And it didn't work, and it didn't work for the past 7 years, and we think it's going to work going forward. I don't think so. And I'm also concerned because this is taking too much police administrative time. When we go to neighborhood meetings, our police are there meeting with the neighborhoods. We need our police officers in our neighborhoods not monitoring bars at 2 o'clock in the morning. And also the administrative time. After they report, you have 2 police officers going down there facing physical danger, and then they have to go make the reports afterwards. That takes the police off the street where we need them other places in our town. And when if we recall back to Captain Demaray's report, which was very, very thorough and I think very well done, that she wrote last January, she goes into a lot of this, and we didn't have that repeated tonight. But I think most people should remember her report, which was quite excellent. Also, she was with the chief on that the last time. And it's close proximity to residential areas. Red talks about, I know where he lives. He's very close by. There's a lot of residential areas there. And also, if you look at our police costs, our public safety costs, we're going to be going in that tonight. Our public safety costs in the past 3 years are up 35%. 35%. Our police officers do a great job. We rely upon them, but that infrastructure is expensive. And I personally don't like the idea of spending a lot of our police time both reporting there, having to handle the crowd situations that have happened for the last 12 years, and last 7 years, and then having to do all administrative time, writing up the reports. It's just not worth it. We can't afford it. And I think the risk to our police officers' health and safety is too great. So I have not changed my mind since March 20th when I said enough is enough. Mayor Pro Tem Coors?
Thank you, Mayor. Appreciate that. And I share the skepticism for that very reason. It is a little deja vu. That said, I appreciate all the work that's gone into this by our department and by the business and the security team. And I have a couple questions, actually. Maybe the security team is the best one for this. But so are any of these cameras like you could log into an app and see the cameras, or is it just all taped and you can only see it later?
No, you can log in remotely.
Okay, so will our police department have the ability to log in remotely at any time to see if the cameras are all working?
If they choose to be entered as an access, yes.
Okay, so that would be...
It's an option.
Okay, if something's going to go forward, I'd want to see that. You said there are going to be 2 security officers in the parking lot during all those times?
Correct.
So I'd want to at least change the conditions to reflect that instead of just 2 at the door. And just confirming, currently, I think the way this is worded, the police chief has the right to shut it down if any violation is occurring. Is that correct for the city attorney? Okay, thank you. And Chief, maybe can ask you this one question. And so those are just conditions I want to see, just to share with council. If what we eventually vote on, I'd want to see those in it. I'm not sure how I'm voting, but I'd want to see those in it. I think the mayor made some really good points here, and ultimately the safety of the public and the safety of the officers is so critical. And I know you've reviewed all this. What is your recommendation to us?
His back is up against the wall. He's got an uphill battle here for sure. He's in our radar. It's one thing to have a plan, but there's going to be frequent spot checks on all aspects of the security plan to make sure there's compliance. And we are no longer going to hang out in front of that business like we've had for forever and just hang out because we knew the propensity of violence there. When we go over this plan and sit down with him, because there's a certain aspect of this plan where we will explain to him in writing when to be notifying us as a police department, when to be calling us, initiating those calls, so that we're not waiting for that violence to occur, and teach them when things are starting to escalate, and he needs to call us at that point. And we're going to document those as violations as well. When we respond there and we learn that something brewed internally and is spilled out in the parking lot, we never got those calls, that's a violation in itself. So he's going to have his work cut out for him, and we're going to lay out when to call the police department. And when those calls do not come in, that's a flat out violation. It's going to be shut down.
So you're prepared to immediately shut down if
Absolutely.
there's a violation?
Absolutely.
Thank you. Thanks, Mayor.
Councilmember Middleton.
I think we are looking at a plan that has some good features to it. If in fact this plan had been in effect for the last 7 years and followed, and the critical words "and followed," then perhaps we would not have had the felonies at that location that we have had. But as it stands, reopening this facility is going to cost the city money. And I have still not heard anyone come forward and say that the operators of Zelda's are going to cover the additional police costs that we're going to incur. And I'm not ready to impose upon all of the other taxpayers of this city the additional charges for a location at which felonies occurred, a murder occurred, and we did not receive a single lead from the security staff that was in place or from the owners to help our police department uncover those felonies. Whoever the perpetrator was of that murder is still at large. And I believe in second chances. I believe in being a city that attracts people to our town so that they can have a good time, so they can enjoy themselves, so they can have memories that they take home with themselves. But I don't think I can give a second chance while a murderer is at large and there was security that was on site that night when that murder took place and didn't see anything. And every other time there was a felony, no one on security saw anything. And somehow or another, by adding 2, 3 more security guards, someone's going to see something. A lot of people are skeptical, and there's a reason for it. There has to be a consequence for behavior that was as irresponsible as what took place there. And I truly do appreciate, Mr. McCormick, how hard you're trying to recover from that. I acknowledge what you said when you began. You didn't try to evade, but there are consequences, and I just don't believe I can vote to reopen.
Councilmember Holstage.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I have a few questions for the security company or the owner, if I can. I would like to ask, you said that you've worked for Zelda's on and off a bit over the years. Can you explain that and your sort of connection there?
Absolutely. So in the past about 4 years, there's been times where they've hired us when they've seen an influx of situations or occasions or incidents, if we want to call them, out in the parking lots or within the club itself. We would come on board, we would diffuse situations, we would minimize the incidents. It would get better, and then obviously they would try to go internally or whatever the case may be, and basically the deterrent factor or the preventative measure just wasn't there anymore. And if those two are not there, then it's going to obviously arise again. The conversations we've had in the last 3 to 4 weeks are they've signed a year contract minimum, and they're willing to have us every day that they're open in the parking lot with the to officers that are completely uniformed, go through a lot more training, a lot more extended courses that a host security or any type of a host that works at a restaurant that has a bar. We're trained in multiple different aspects. We've done active shooters. We've done bomb threats. Our company actually has canines for explosives, narcotics, and a bunch of other stuff. So if that was to become an issue, we can activate one of those dogs. But the relationship that we're at today is just, instead of it being we need it today, it's going to be a year contract, and it's something that, like the whole council has said, is we want to see it to continue.
So they would bring you in sort of as a higher level of security versus their in-house security, is that right? Like for special events or for certain periods of time?
Correct. Not only that, but as an additional resources. So if they have their 8 to 10 internal staff, there would be anywhere from 2 to 4 of ours that are completely uniformed, easily identifiable, and with a patrol car in the parking lot.
So under this safety plan, security plan, sorry, so you're doing 2 of the officers
In the parking lot.
in the parking lot?
Strictly the parking lot.
And then are you managing the training and the supervision of all of the security team?
Correct. At this time.
And then are there other clubs or bars that you do security for now in the Coachella Valley?
Yes, there is. We're currently at the Nest in the city of Indian Wells. We used to do the Village Pub and a couple other bars here in the Cathedral City, but because of budgets and many other things, it's the first thing they cut.
Bit of a different clientele at the Nest, huh?
They all have their issues, believe it or not. But I can guarantee you that the scan thing that they literally invested in, that program has the ability to communicate for all the bars. You know, it doesn't matter if it's just Palm Springs, but they could interact with each other. If there's an incident and we decide to ban somebody, because it not only does a photograph, but it actually keeps a copy of their ID. So we'll be able to recognize the individual through a photograph. We could actually go back there and ban the individual, or what's going to help for the police department is we'll be able to positively identify somebody via photo in the event if there's an issue.
And you said that there's a way that the police department could remote access the cameras that are installed?
Correct.
How does that work?
That's an IT question, and I'm far from that.
Me too. Okay. Thank you. I have no other questions.
Other questions?
I was just going to comment if I can.
I'm sorry.
I'm skeptical as well. We had a really difficult public hearing before, and so we heard a lot from the community about concerns, and also from Zelda staff about their jobs and their community at Zelda's. I also believe in second chances. I had written that down, though I think we're getting to different places on that. You know, I appreciate how you came today and saying that you messed up in the prior security plan in cooperation with our police department. Public safety is our #1 job here. Our police department and our chief and our captains are excellent. And so working with them is the most important thing you can do as a business. People who are in the business of bars and clubs, it's an inherently dangerous business, especially now. I agree that violence is increasing everywhere, and not just here, and not just in, you know, it's really clubs around the country. It's a scary time for public safety. So we take that very, very seriously, and I have mixed feelings. I feel nervous about the safety of the public, but I also think that you've operated a business in Palm Springs for 40 years. You've had problems. It sounds like it's gone downhill over the last 10 years or 7 years or so. You haven't been working as cooperatively with our police department or complying. I think that the police department has written an excellent safety plan that is very, very comprehensive. I think that you're hearing, if the council goes forward, that I would agree to do it on a probationary period, to bring it back within 3 months to review, to get the input from our police department. and to add all of the safety measures that we can. This is a comprehensive safety plan compared to other businesses that operate in the city. But it is one of the only nightclub type of businesses in the city, and those are inherently more dangerous than bars. So, and that's why I asked about other clubs that the security company does. So I would also support a probationary period, like I said, maybe 3 months, adding police access to the cameras so that our police department can directly remote in. I would like to see strengthening the language about sexual harassment and assault. And then you heard the ability to revoke immediately. And you heard from our police chief and the council that we take that seriously. Any violation would be the ability to revoke immediately. So that's where I am now. Like to hear from the rest of my colleagues. Thank you.
Councilmember Roberts?
Thank you, Mayor. This is one of the hardest issues we've seen in a while. I've never seen us so all over the map, and for good reason. I'm going to take a stab at crafting an action here. Is there a motion on the floor? Oh, to approve? Okay. Or some motion.
Well, we have two options, so when you finish, I'll express which option I want to recommend first.
Well, if you have a specific motion, why don't you state it and see where it goes?
Studying this, we have two options that the staff has provided to us. One is, it seems like, and the reason I went ahead and made the motion is because one of the options is just cut and dried. And that's recommendation 3, which is resolution of the City Council of the City of Palm Springs, California, revoking a conditional use permit for the nightclub use at 611 South Palm Canyon Drive. So I make a motion and we do that, and if that motion fails, then we can go back to the other option, which is to modify the resolution. So I thought it'd be more cut and dried if we decide to revoke it or not revoke it. Then we decide to revoke it, case finished. If we decide not to revoke it, then we can go into discussion of modifications.
So your motion is to revoke right now?
My motion is to revoke the CUP, and then if that doesn't pass, we can have discussions on modifications. Okay, motion is made by myself and seconded by Councilmember Middleton. Motion is on the floor. This is to revoke.
Motion passes 3-2.
Okay.
Okay.
All right, next.
I just want to clarify, Mayor. It says motion to approve. Our motion is actually.
Yes, I made it very clear. Motion was to
revoke.
revoke, which was the option listed under recommendation 3 by the staff. Okay, next. You want to take one now? Okay, we'll take our 9 o'clock break early. 10 minutes, please.
Yeah.
reconvene. Next item, public hearing number 2D, adoption of a resolution of necessity for the acquisition by eminent domain of permanent right-of-way easements, permanent slope easements, and temporary construction easements in a portion of certain real property for the construction of the Indian Canyon Drive widening and bridge replacement, federal aid project number BRLO 5282, parent 017. Staff report, please.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. As you noted, this item is a public hearing to consider adopting a resolution of necessity which commences an acquisition by the city's eminent domain powers. I have noted in the staff report some background on this project. This project is the Indian Canyon Drive Bridge and Widening and Replacement Project. And essentially, this item has caused us to request the council to take this action because although we have agreements with the underlying property owner and their lessee, we've been unable to close escrow pursuant to those agreements for an apparent dispute between those two parties. So we're requesting the council to take this action tonight. I will just note the action does take a 4/5 vote. And there's certain legal findings that must be made. In the staff report and the resolution, we've identified those findings and the reasons for those findings. So we'd recommend you open the public hearing, take testimony, and adopt the resolution with those findings. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Fuller. And for the council, we haven't done an eminent domain before, so on this, we'll take public hearing comments, and then I have a script, a very precise legal script that we have to go through very carefully. Okay, so with that, we will, any questions of staff before we open to public comments? Other questions of staff? Okay, therefore, we will open the floor for public comment. Mr. Fuller, there's no applicant in this case, right?
There is not. I was actually in contact with Granite Construction this afternoon. They're aware we're proceeding with the item. There have been efforts to try to resolve this, which will continue to the extent you do adopt the resolution. We will continue to try to resolve this, but in any event, we're recommending you proceed.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Fuller. Okay, do we have anyone who wishes to speak? Mr. Mejia?
No comments, public comments?
Okay, seeing that, we will close the public comments. Before I open the hearing, any comments by anyone? Okay, the first item, I will request council to explain the nature and scope of the hearing.
Yes, Honorable Mayor and members of the City Council, this public hearing is required under the California Code of Civil Procedure. It's required before a local public agency can commence eminent domain proceedings. However, as mentioned by Mr. Fuller, it's city staff's hope and desire that we can see that there's a resolution between the property owner and the tenant.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Ballinger. Next, could we have the city clerk provide proof of mailing of the notice of hearing?
Honorable Mayor and City Council, I do have a document which is proof of the mailing to the Granite Construction Company, Brad Williams, Garnet Solar Power Generation Station, and Mark Austin representing Garnet Solar Power Generation.
Thank you. And staff, Dr. Reddy, could we have a report on how the real property to be acquired relates to the city's purposes?
Mayor, I am confident that we do. Marcus, would you like to explain that?
As I mentioned, the staff report and the resolution identify all of those justifications.
Okay, thank you. City Clerk, please note all written objections, protests, and requests to be heard which have been filed, received, read, and considered. Have you received any?
I have received no objections.
Okay, thank you. Next, all persons with an interest in the property who wish to speak can be heard again at this time. Anyone wish to be heard on this issue? Seeing none. Any other persons who wish to be heard? And then, okay, I will, therefore, no one wishes to be heard. I will close the public hearing. Do we have a motion to adopt the resolution of necessity? Motion made by Councilmember, Mayor Pro Tem Corr, seconded by Councilmember Roberts. Motion is on the floor. Requires 4/5 votes to approve.
Motion passes 5-0.
Thank you. All right, next item, public hearing 2E, consider a vacation of a portion of the right-of-way for Borona Road in Section 25, Township 4 South, Range 4 East, SBM. Staff report, please.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. This is a right-of-way vacation request for excess right-of-way of 14 feet on the east side of Borona Road. We would recommend approval. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, thank you. Do we have any questions of staff before we open the public hearing? Okay, seeing none, do we have anyone who wishes to speak? Do we have an applicant, Mr. Fuller?
We do, but I don't believe they're here.
Okay, applicant not here. Okay, anyone else wish to speak? Mr. Mejia?
No other speakers?
Seeing no other speakers, we will close this portion, we will close the public comments. Discussions by council. We have a motion to approve made by Councilmember Roberts, seconded by Councilmember Middleton. Motion is on the floor.
Motion passes 5-0.
Thank you. Next item, item 2F, public hearing. Consider vacation of a portion of the right-of-way for West Palm Canyon Drive at East Palm Canyon Drive in Section 26, Township 4 South, Range 4 East, SBM. Staff report, please.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. Again, this is an item to request a right-of-way vacation of excess right-of-way in front of the V Hotel at West Palm Canyon Drive and East Palm Canyon Drive. We would recommend your approval, and I don't know that the applicant is here.
Any questions of staff before we open the public hearing? Okay, open the public hearing. Is the applicant present? Seeing none, do we have any members of the public who wish to speak, Mr. Mejia?
No public comment?
Seeing none, we will close the public comment. Any discussion by council? Motion to approve made by Councilmember Middleton, closed, seconded by Councilmember Holstage. Motion is on the floor.
Motion passes 5-0.
Hey, 3 public hearings in 5 minutes. That's got to be our council record. Okay, next item 3, legislative. Proposed ordinance amending the Palm Springs Municipal Code related to the, quote, placing of waste and recyclables in the street, unquote. A staff report, please.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. This follows your discussion last time about changing the municipal code to allow the trash containers to be deposited or placed in the street the evening before pickup. And so we've brought this forward for your approval. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, thank you. Do we have any questions of staff? Any discussion? A motion to approve made by Councilmember Holstage, seconded by Councilmember Middleton. Motion is on the floor.
Motion passes 5-0.
Next item 3B, proposed ordinance amending the Palm Springs Municipal Code regarding non-consensual tow fees. Staff report, please.
Yes, Honorable Mayor, members of the City Council, the item before you is a proposed introduction of an ordinance that amends the city's municipal code, Section 11.82.070B. This deals with involuntary tows. As the City Council is aware, the city, like many other cities, contains a municipal code provision that authorizes the city to provide for a rotational tow list that the city's police department and other staff at times can use to provide what are essentially involuntary tows. These are tows that are required when, for instance, the owner or the operator of a vehicle is arrested or incapacitated and the vehicle needs to be towed and stored at another location. As part of the municipal code provision, the city is authorized to establish the amount of the fees that are charged by the tow operator to the owner or the operator of the vehicle. City staff has reviewed the existing ordinance, and along with the city attorney's office, we believe that it unduly restricts the authority of the city council in terms of setting that fee. And so what we are recommending is that the proposed ordinance be adopted, removing the language in the ordinance that requires the council to tie the amount of the fee to the amount charged by the CHP. In the future, if this ordinance is adopted, the City Council will certainly be allowed to look at those CHP fee amounts, but you're not going to be required to do so. So it provides additional flexibility to the City Council. That concludes my staff report, and I'm available to answer any questions.
Questions or discussion by council? We have a motion to approve. Motion approved made by Councilmember Holstage, seconded by Councilmember Middleton. Motion is on the floor.
Motion passes 5-0.
Okay, thank you. There are no unfinished business. Fifth is new business. Approval of 5A, approval of plans, specifications, and estimate, and authorization to bid the Downtown Park CP 15-07. Staff report, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and Council. I'd like to invite Mark Rios and Jason Shinoda and Nate Cormier to the podium. We have a PowerPoint and we have a model that at their they've done for us to show us what this park's going to look like. So we did this PowerPoint this morning, and they saw it briefly, so I'm going to try to do this with both of them. But this shows you the original Rios concept plan that was reviewed and approved by the council back in 2017? 2017. After a lot of public outreach that was noted in the staff report, workshops, and lots of public comments that were received, this is the actual final overall site plan in the construction drawings that are presented for your approval tonight. And what I'm going to show you is there's a cross section through the north side. So north is up, Museum Drive is on the left, Museum Way is on the bottom, and Bellardo Road is on the right. So this is a perspective view of what this park will look like as shown in the model. This is looking from the event stage northeast across the park site. And you can see the intent is to shield the parking structure that's on the north side of the park with vegetation and an outcrop. And you can see the water feature in the middle. And this is a vantage point looking the other direction from the intersection of Bellardo Road and Museum Way, looking northwest. You can see in the background the restroom and police building, and again, the water feature looking into the middle of the park. I know it's hard to see, but this is a cross-section that shows essentially an elevation view through the north part of the park. Reminder that we do have underground parking that we have to address on the west side of the park, and some of the additional costs have been involved with related to the structural reinforcement of that part of the park. And again, this is just part of that cross-section as you move east towards Bellardo Road. And of course, the suggestion of the Forever Maryland statue doesn't mean that that's what has to go there, but there's been a space provided on the west side of Bellardo Road for artwork in that location. So we're going to walk through, and if you have more to add.
Of the water feature. As a reminder, the water feature is composed of a decorative waterfall that's about 13.5 feet tall, and the backdrop of that is the sedimentary, beautifully finished wall. And then the interactive zone in front of that is comprised of, the next slide maybe, the pop jets and fog lines. And so we have those two components that make up the water feature. These are some of the plan drawings that were provided by our water feature consultant, Fluidity. The dark rectangles you can see, those are the actual jets. The zigzags are the fog lines. Next. Moving over to the event stage, we have an ADA ramp on the corner side, so that's what you can see the two kind of gray lines are. That's an ADA ramp up to the stage, which is about 18 inches above grade. Steps on the southwest and northeast side, and then the canopy that sits above it. Sorry, it's a little bit hard to see in the drawing. There it is. The canopy, again, is made up of 3 modules that were the inspiration derived from the form of the palm canopy. And so those collect to form a modular canopy across the whole stage.
That's a cross section.
And there's the elevation of the stage. As a reminder, that section of the event stage and canopy is also overstructured, so there's some additional reinforcement underneath the garage. The restroom and police substation building, you can see the police station building on the west, east, left, right side. And the 4 public restrooms on the bottom left side. We have 3 standard stalls, gender neutral, thank you. And the 4th larger one is ADA compliant.
And I didn't show it, but there's a really cool common sink. So those restroom stalls are exterior, and so there's a common shared sink fixture on that side of the building.
And that's an elevation looking at the restrooms and the police SIP station. There's 2 signage elements included in the package right now. One's a monument sign at the corner of Bellardo and Museum Way, and the other one is on the wall of the stage at Museum Way and Museum Drive.
And of course, that's a placeholder pending your discussions about naming.
And so we come to the cost.
Let Marcus.
So the price, they've got a cost estimator that's been keeping up with the cost of construction. In this environment, it's hard to keep up with it because in a booming economy, contractors are in short supply and they can name their price. So at this point in time, the estimate all in is for the construction of that park is $7.35 million. With additional soft costs related to construction phase and a 10% contingency, we're looking at about $8.5 million. As noted in the staff report, the City Council's previously budgeted almost $3 million in Measure J, and your proposed budget for 1920 includes another $1 million from Measure J. There's another $2 million that should be available that was programmed for another project that would add to that and make it $5.25 million. And then we've been lucky to generate revenues through our Quimby Park fees, and so that would generate a total of $8.9 million for the park. And so with that, we're happy to go into more details about the park, but we would recommend your approval of the construction drawings and authorize us to bid. The schedule right now would have a bid opening date of July 8th, which now that we've changed council meetings would give me enough time to award it on July 24th. With that, that completes our report.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Mayor Pro Tem Coors.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you for the presentation. And we've all seen other diagrams and pictures. I saw a great presentation at my neighborhood meeting. It really is beautiful. I do have a question, though. So there's that spot potentially for Maryland, and I'm the liaison to PS Resorts, and this has been a source of conversation, in part because if you don't have enough distance from Maryland, it doesn't really work. And so Aftab Dada, who's the chair, and I have looked at a whole bunch of places, and he does want council feedback, so I'm going to just raise this tonight about potentially having Maryland go in Francis Stevens Park instead, because he wants to bring it to their board on Tuesday. So our initial, we don't have to make a decision, but just general comments on that. But if Maryland moved from the downtown park, the spot you have her in, and I think scale-wise should be like this tall, what would go there? In other words, how would that change things? Would it impact the bid, that kind of thing?
It wouldn't impact the bid at all. We've discussed with the Arts Commission that is still an optimal location for public art. We've talked about a suite of ways that art can engage the park, but in terms of a dramatic space where you can get what you just described, a bit of relief or space to step back from a large piece, we identified that zone as ideal. If you look at the rest of Bellardo, across Museum Way, there's a widened sidewalk zone that's already been established as an urban design principle for that corridor. And so we've continued that as a bit of open more relief from this more shady oasis character of the park. So it's still an optimal location. There hasn't been a piece identified for it, but there are definitely people within the arts community that are looking at that as an opportunity zone.
Okay, great. Thank you. Thanks, Mayor.
Okay, Councilmember Roberts.
Thank you, guys. I don't remember that we ordered a model.
Thought the model would really help everybody understand the project, and so we built the model for you.
So I think what we're hearing tonight is we were gifted a magnificent model. And I can tell you from experience that a model like this is very expensive to build, and it is quite a gift from you. And on behalf of my colleagues and I, with great gratitude, we accept this gift. Thank you. And I'm hoping, Dr. Reddy, that we can display this at a much higher level in our lobby.
Well, the question is, would you prefer it in the Wellwood Murray downtown or in the lobby here?
Wellwood Murray.
The Murray could be awesome, but we'd have to protect it somehow. It's very, very fragile, and we couldn't have people putting their hands into it. So we'd have to either somehow keep people from getting too close to it.
Can you assist with that, council member?
I'm sorry?
Could you assist with that, please?
I live to serve, so naturally, I'm willing to work with you.
Thank you.
I'm willing to work with you,
Thank
but I first wanted to acknowledge that. Thank you, guys. You know, it's an understatement to say that we and the community are very excited about this. And it's, in most people's mind, it's just a done deal. It's almost like it's built already. Of course, we have to talk budget in a few minutes, which you may want to run away from. But the park itself, I think you, all in all, exceeded all of our dreams and what it could be. And the fact that something like this could actually be in our downtown. And it's the kind of thing that makes Palm Springs unique. It's the kind of thing that polishes our brand. It's the kind of thing people can't find anywhere else. And you all seem to nail that right from the beginning. I've never been in a park that looked anything like this. So I'm truly grateful for it. We seem to be on track with, well, certainly because of your work, we're on track, and I guess we're ready to bid. And Marcus, you were saying we could have bids back as early as?
July 8th.
Okay, so I'm really excited about it. I have to be honest with you, you know, we're heading into a tough budget season right now, and I'm a little saddened, not surprised to see increased costs from what we expected. But hopefully we can do it. One quick question. I know we had talked about, but I don't know that we had ever gotten any final response on the movable shade structures. How did you guys see that in the end?
We had brought a whole suite of approaches to shade to our roundtable
Right.
group of stakeholders. And ultimately, what you see reflected in the final construction package and the model is because we had real soil there, we chose to use an extension of that palm grove, more trees to accomplish the goals of shading that central area near the water feature. Over the parking structure where we don't have that opportunity, that's where we emphasize this more architectural shade canopy. So the potential to bring in other elements that are a lighter touch later, we had explored that when it was a wide open without the trees. So the trees are there now. If you chose to still bring even more shade, that's certainly something that could be added later, but it wouldn't be something that you'd do a bid package with a contractor for.
So it's essentially, I think it's the kind of thing where we live with it and see how it worked. I think our goal is that we can use it to some degree in the summer as more and more people are staying here and coming here in the summer. So I guess we'll just figure that out as it is. I guess it's a tough balance between determining enough shade that won't keep us cold and without the light we love in the winter, and at the same time trying to give us some shielding in the summer. It's always seemed to me that we were going to have to do something temporary in the summer if we were really going to use it. Anyway, thanks again, guys. Those are my comments.
Councilmember Middleton.
Well, also, thank you for the model. It is absolutely stunning, and there are perspectives that you can get through the model that I have not been able to get by looking at all of the artwork and all of the drawings. So on behalf of the city, thank you again. I want to say that I really like the idea of the Maryland statue at Francis Stevens Park. I think it is a much better fit in terms of the park. It is a fabulous way to welcome people into the downtown of Palm Springs, and I've yet to run into anybody who likes that water fountain or water feature that is there. And at that location at Francis Stevens, it will then allow us to develop art that clearly is connected to the downtown park. And the downtown park is a very different kind of experience than Maryland in all of her glory. So, thank you.
Councilmember Holstage.
Thank you. Thank you for all of your work. It's really a dream park, so it's incredible to see it closer to reality. So thank you for the model. I have a few questions of staff, if I can. So I saw that there are the increases in the cost, and so you went over with the additional increases like the fire truck access to the police substation, the sedimentary wall finish, which I know we talked about when I was on the subcommittee, which I completely support. It's worth the money. It's an incredible design feature. Thank you for that. The $250,000 for the existing ramp and the $400,000 for the expanded police substation. Could you just give me a little more detail about each of those items and why they're now added?
Certainly, and I will refer to them for more detailed information, but the original cost estimate, a lot of this increase was related to the police substation, and we had that separate discussion with council about expanding that, I think last October. And so that additional $400,000. So just so you understand, about $1 million of this cost estimate is for that new police substation and restroom building, and the interior fit out of that.
I just want to jump in and first off say that our initial budget goal of $5 million was something we worked very religiously during the entire project. And I think that our design, we kept in all the sort of amazing ideas which would give a character, and we're really careful about how we allocated money. You're exactly right. The police station is just a little under $1 million, and that was outside of our original $5 million. The reinforcement to the parking structure, after all the engineering was done, was about $652,000. And we've allocated within that money contingency and escalation as far as construction. That's $542,000. So if we took out just the base park, it's $5,115,000, and the other items are all on top of that.
And the police substation, it's been a few months since I've been updated about that. So you expanded it backwards into sort of the air. Does it expand the footprint into the park? Can you remind me the status of that?
If you recall, it did expand a little bit into the park.
Right.
But it was always merged with that outcrop landform to
Right.
sort of camouflage it and use it to help shield the parking structure. So we also were able to grow it under the hill, so there's some savings in terms of space of the park. But it did approximately double in size from the earlier DD version of itself once we start getting feedback from the police staff on their needs for that space.
Thank you. It's impressive it's doubled, but really not affected the footprint of the public access for the park. So thank you for that. And then I just have a few questions for city staff about the funds that we're using to bid this out and pay for the park. So I was wondering about the Quimby fees. So I know that's our specific fees for parks. And so it's a total allocation of $3.65 million from Quimby fees. And I believe that's all of the Quimby fees that are available in our fund.
It is. It would not leave any left for other new parks.
So I'm concerned about that because that's our dedicated fund for parks. Our other parks need a lot of work, just basic sort of repairs and updates, and as we're talking about expanding parks. So I know that we're investing in this park. It would be a huge investment for our city, but I'm concerned about depleting that, especially if there's other funds available.
The caveat to those park fees is that they have to go for new or expanded parks. So we wouldn't be able to use Quimby fees to repair or replace or maintain.
Thank you.
But certainly it's allocating those all to this one park.
Right, and sort of thinking about if $1 million here is being used for the police substation, which I support and I think is important, if there's other funds that are available for that purpose, because I do think, I don't want to put all our eggs in one basket here if there's other funding available, because I do think we need to think about, we have a lot of communities who don't have access to a park within walking distance, and so I'm just wondering about if that's the best use of all our Quimby Park fees. How much Quimby fees do we get per year? It's in the budget in the next item.
It's just an estimate because it comes in on building permits. So it's hard to really give you a finite number. But we've received more revenue than we actually budgeted in this current fiscal year because of the boom that we're having and the number of building permits that are being pulled. So I'll have to look for the number, but I think it was a $500,000 a year or so.
Okay, thank you. And then on Marilyn, I also think it's an excellent idea to have her at Francis Stevens Park as a draw for Uptown. I think that's a really exciting idea. Would it be instead of the water feature, so removing the water feature and then putting her there?
We could talk about that as it moves. Sounds like a really good idea to me, but I think we can talk about that more. Let's see if PS Resorts, they want to know that we like the idea, and then their board's meeting next Tuesday, so.
Great, thank you.
Okay,
Thank you.
one, I like the idea of putting her in Francis Stevens Park. So that's just my 2 cents on that. You know, thinking back about this has been a long process, and thank you guys, but if I think back about 5 years or so ago when I was on the Measure J Commission and JR was a planning commissioner, there was a sort of a bad plan for this park. And I remember JR really took the lead in changing things around and coming up with this idea rather than what was proposed before. So thank you, JR, for taking the lead on this 5 years ago. It takes a long time to get stuff done. And also, the Palm Springs Art Museum really stepped in, and between JR and the Palm Springs Art Museum, they were saying, Mark Rios, Mark Rios, Mark Rios. So that worked, and this came to pass. And one thing I'd like to point out, since tonight we changed our schedule, we're going to have meetings on July 10th and the 24th. If we get the bid by July 8th, we might be able to do something in July before we go on August recess. So there is an incentive to get that in on time. And this is sort of peripherally related, but you know, this council for the last 4 years and the last 2 years have been working very hard on this park. And before this council leaves, I would really like to see us move to name this park. And I know the preservationists have made the recommendation, and we heard tonight HSPB seconding that we name this, that we think about naming this park after Nellie Kaufman. And if you read about Nellie Kaufman, she was the mother of Palm Springs. I mean, she came here in 1908. And if you read about what Nellie Kaufman believed in and what she saw in the desert, she called it the 4 S's: space, stillness, solitude, and simplicity. And I think this park represents a lot of those. And so I think this would be a very, very appropriate recognition of Nellie Kaufman and the fact that she actually brought people to Palm Springs with the Desert Inn. And the other thing I wanted to, this is really, it's not direct, but it's next. I haven't heard, you know, right next to this, there's another part of the park there that's not on this. When are we going to discuss what we're going to do with the Illuminaire House? That's peripherally related, so I mean.
We have a meeting coming up with the subcommittee in early June to discuss exactly that. So it's not locked into any location right now. We had kind of, just in a holding pattern, put it on the parcel across from the park, but there's always been question about that being the right location. And I think we've got the subcommittee set up to meet on June 10th about that. Cindy's saying yeah. So we'll be able to report out then more on that.
Okay, because that is part of this whole downtown park area.
Oh,
thing.
potentially.
Okay.
Potentially.
Okay. But again, I really hope, David, what would be the process for us agendizing and discussing naming of the park?
We'll just do it.
Okay.
On your recommendation.
Everybody agree we can put that on the agenda before this council's over? Yeah. Okay. Councilmember Roberts?
I just wanted to make two other comments. First, I enthusiastically support bringing Marilyn back, and if we're going to do that, to put her into Francis Stevens Park as a replacement to the fountain. I think the fountain has given its useful life, and I think filling that area in and using the existing concrete pad as a foundation for Marilyn would work well. It would also be a huge shot into that north end of town. I know we have a hotel opening there, we have new retail, and basically we will be extending our downtown. And I love the idea of spreading, people not just in one core center, but moving them in either direction downtown. And I think Maryland would be just an amazing way to be greeted as you came into town. And what Francis Stevens Park offers that other locations don't, particularly this location, is it allows the mass of people that love to be there with her, take pictures with her, spend the time. In fact, Jeff Kors and I ended up there this morning after a meeting, and it just seems like a perfect location. So again, I don't really know the story of whether Maryland's coming back or not. I know we go back and forth on if there's money or if there's not money, but I think that also leaves us great opportunities here in the park and in the new park. And she always felt a little cramped in there to me. She looked more like a dinosaur rising out of the trees rather than, this statuesque honor to Marilyn in the way that she felt when we had her originally. So I enthusiastically support that. I hate to say what I'm going to say next, so I'll wait a minute. But Marcus, coming back to the Quimby Fund, so those dollars can only be used for new or additions, correct?
Correct. Mm-hmm.
Okay. Because, one of the things we're going to talk about next is our failing infrastructure and how we haven't really addressed that. And I've had a lot of thoughts on that and a few discussions with Dr. Reddy, and I very much struggle now with what I think of as extra dollars. There's an internal struggle in my head on this park, though, because I think for Palm Springs to stay current and to continue to be a place that people want to come and to draw new people and younger people and families, we've got to continue to innovate. We've got to become a place for everybody. And I think this park is the missing piece for that. And I think that if we don't want just a downtown that's about shopping and eating, but about culture and about arts and about recreation, this is the statement, this is the way to do it. So the budget conversation will bear it out, but I still very enthusiastically support this, even though it will be a difficult find for money. That was the bad news, is that I'm tormented about the cost, understanding that we need to be thinking about other things. I don't want to be thinking about other things. I want to be thinking about finishing this park. And that's it.
But JR, another thing too is if we don't do it now, it will never get done.
No, I'm afraid if we don't do it now, this will be shelved forever. And this park, this design should not be shelved. This park should be built. This is rare and beautiful. We've been lucky to have the great talent of this firm, and these guys have put their heart and soul and everything else into this project. So it's clear that it was more than just a job for them. And I think if nothing else, we owe it to them.
You guys don't understand, we go to a lot of communities, and you don't see a city of this size turning out 700 people. We read comments. We had to, pass them around and pass them around. People wrote essays about their feelings about this space. And so, yeah, it's not about us.
Councilmember Holstage?
Thank you. I agree with Councilmember Roberts, and he said it better than I ever could. But I do think it's an important investment into our brand and to our economy. And I think if we think about it's painful. It's a lot. I wonder if it's the most expensive park that's ever been built in the Coachella Valley. But I think that it will bring that tenfold to the economy as we continue to build. What we really need more of in Palm Springs is activities, things for people to do here that's other than eating and drinking and shopping. If you look on TripAdvisor, it's kind of a sad list of activities. I think the Lucille Ball statue is like number 5. So I'm a little embarrassed of. It's a great statue, but we need this type of activity to really draw people from different markets, but also from the Coachella Valley and also from our city. So I think it'll pay for itself just in a few years. My question was about sponsorships and fundraising. So I think we had talked about when I was on the subcommittee about planning for sponsorships and fundraising around the park, things like bricks or naming rights or things like that. I also agree bringing forward a plan to get public input about Nellie Kaufman as a name, which I love. But I would like to also bring forward a plan about fundraising and naming rights and sort of how to get sponsorships for this, because it takes a community and a village, and we really do need the help of our village on this one.
I just add quickly to something Christy said. We held off on park naming because we saw that as a potential for what you just brought up, and sponsorship. It was one way that we could potentially bring in a nice chunk of money. And I think that's why we didn't really talk about naming early on. The other thing I want to say is when we talk about money and we talk about this park, it's not just a park. We're solving a number of problems here. And if we added them all up, it's a big chunk of the park. And I guess we did just add it up. We needed a police substation downtown. That was vital. This is the right place for that. We needed additional restrooms downtown. We needed a stage venue downtown. So if we quit calling it a park and we talk about needing a police substation, stages, and bathrooms, it becomes a very different conversation. It just sounds more luxurious when we actually call it a park. Sorry, Lisa.
Did it? Okay. So we have any other staff report, any questions? So do we have a motion to, I've been thinking about the park so much, I lost my train of thought here. Do we have to go out to bid? All right, I'm so enamored by the park design here, I lost track of where I was. Motion made by Mayor Pro Tem Coors, seconded by Councilmember Holstage. Motion is on the floor.
Motion passes 5-0.
Thank you. Okay, next item is item 5B, preliminary overview of the fiscal year 2019-20 and fiscal year 2021 comprehensive budget. Staff report, please.
Good evening, Mayor and Council members. Nancy Pauley, Director of Finance. I would like to refer you to your package here, which is in your yellow folder, dated May 22nd, 2019. In this budget, it's a 2-year
And Council, before, I would just note that's just a supplemental. That is the exact same that was in your binder under attachment 2. Just want to make sure, just so you know, there's no change. So what you've been looking at from your agenda, this is the same. Thank you.
This 2-year budget will include your special revenue funds, capital project funds, debt service, enterprise funds, and internal service funds. The budget calendar here, tomorrow on May 23rd, we have the City Council joint meeting with Measure J Commission. We will also go over our capital projects. This here is the fund balance schedule that we had before. This is still a balanced budget with a surplus of $2,200 in 1920, and in 2021 it is $1,700, and we still have our $6 million in reserve for CalPERS set aside. This is basically the same thing we had prior. There was a little increase in the sales tax, and that is due to the recent approval of AB 147, and that increase is approximately $300,000 per year. Here's a graph of the revenues. And we did reallocate the general fund expenditures by category per your recommendation. And I have some highlights from the questions that were and concerns of the last budget. Due to being the new finance director, I found that some of these, like for instance, some of these services were better provided in one department rather than scattered out throughout 5 different departments. So for instance, the Finance Division handles and takes care of and is in charge of the hotel incentives. So we moved that from Community Development into the Finance Department. Also, TOT was in special programs, and Finance oversees all audits, and that was also moved. With the dissolution of the City Attorney's Office, we moved money to the Risk Management Fund, and we did a transfer for the Convention Center debt to the Debt Service Fund. A lot of the special revenue funds had debt service in them, and per government accounting standards, it is best to have them come all out of the Debt Service Fund. So in the special revenue funds, all debt service is now transferred out and paid directly out of the Debt Service Fund. And we still have our CalPERS estimated reserve at $22.25 million. Do you have any questions at this time?
And Council, I would just, one other thing that I would like to note on the budget, on page 78 of your staff report is that one page that lists what we're proposing on positions, the positions that we're suggesting that we be deleting, and the additions and reclassification. So that is one area that at some point, again, you're not approving this budget this evening, but if you want to give us any guidance there, but we will also have the opportunity at the next meeting as well. And I would also note that all of our staff members, department heads are here to answer any specific questions that you might have.
Councilmember Roberts.
On the heels of what we just talked about with adding a new park, Dr. Reddy, I know we had discussed in the past, well, more importantly, we did a true analysis, and I guess Mr. Fuller as well, we did a true analysis of our building needs, of our infrastructure needs. And I guess the outcome of that was that we need to invest more time and more money towards maintaining our buildings and parks and other pieces of infrastructure. And I have to be honest, I don't think I recognized how far behind we were with that. And so one of my main focuses as we go into this budget cycle is that. You know, we've gone to a great amount of effort to balance things and solve other problems, and is even trying to put money away for our PERS issues. But somehow I feel like our infrastructure needs have fallen behind. And one of my questions, or what I'd like you to bring back, if you would, is that analysis, get a real number on where we are and where we should be in terms of the maintenance on our infrastructure. And if we need to be building a fund, what that fund should look like, how much we should be putting into it now and in the future. And if that already exists, I guess just remind me of those details.
Council member, I would suggest, as we've done for other things like the PERS, that it's very common that cities in their budget every year take an X percentage of their general fund, and in this case it would be general fund in Measure J, and put into the facilities maintenance fund. And so, for example, that's at least, say, for example, $2 million. The study that we had done, you know, we'd go through probably $75, $80 million easily just to get caught up. That's not reasonable, but then that doesn't mean all the buildings are falling down. What I think would be the best course is setting aside X amount of capital for facilities maintenance, And then each year as part of the budget process, the burden is on staff to come forward to you and lay out for council for, in a $2 or $3 million budget, what is the priorities in each facility at that time. So we know what we have that pot of money to do, but we need to let you know where the sky is falling, so to speak, which roof is falling down, and what needs the immediate attention.
You're suggesting a hot list, which makes sense. Don't we already do that to some degree? It seems to me that, at least in my memory, which I'm old, so it doesn't work so well anymore, we pulled a good chunk of money last time. I thought we threw a big splash at a number of our buildings, but I guess not nearly enough, huh? Are we still plugging holes, or are we woefully, are we woefully behind, or are we, I guess I just need more understanding of where we are and all that.
One observation of how this evolved over the last 10 years is there are several years where, we were struggling to keep police officers on the street, so to speak. We barely did anything on the streets, and anything we did really have left over in capital, councils wanted it to move it into street resurfacing, and that was, as you know, not even enough. As we started to move out of the recession, we had more capital dollars, and then with Measure J, and a lot of projects that had been delayed over the years. And so we focused on those projects without getting into, in essence, the routine maintenance of the facilities. So that's sort of how we got into the position we are. Going forward, I think a fund for facility maintenance is important, and then we do need to tell you where their priorities are and then get your direction.
Doctor, are you prepared to bring something like that forward?
Yes.
During this hearing?
And actually, tomorrow when we have the discussion with Measure J on capital, you'll see we've already suggesting to set aside a pot of money. Is it $2 million, Marcus, for the facilities maintenance?
It's $4.
$4 million.
Which of course reminds us that Measure J's entire purpose was what we're talking about right now. And I know we use it for things that fall well under its description and what it should be used for. I just worry that not enough of it is going to our older buildings and to the places that need some real help and maintenance. So I guess that'll just be part of our bigger discussion tomorrow night. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. I just wanted to comment really quickly, as I'll lose it if many people go. I completely agree. And so looking at the amount of money for Measure J per year, I know we're digging ourselves out of a hole primarily with our street repairs. But as we look at the amount of money that the city receives for Measure J and the purpose of Measure J and what the purpose for the voters and the residents who supported it, I agree. I think that we need to do a lot more quality of life investments with Measure J funds. And even we have some of the lists for Measure J, and I still don't see a lot of those quality of life investments, as many as I would like to see in how we're even now allocating Measure J funds. So I know we still have, it's hard because we have a lot of needs and a lot of sort of emergency needs, and so I understand that, but I do think putting sort of residents first and thinking about Measure J and the purpose of those funds would be really helpful as we go forward today and tomorrow.
And if I could note to that there is a merging of those two concepts. Like, so for example, one of the top priorities on the list is a complete renovation of the restrooms in the park. So that's clearly go to the quality of life and take care of a long-standing maintenance need.
And we have, 4 firehouses we still have to deal with.
Yeah.
So there's just so much on that list, and I'd love to see if we can get our arms around it a little bit.
Okay, I've got a couple of things I want to ask. This is the only time we can discuss this. And since the subcommittee's here, and I want to speak before Councilmember Corse does, Mayor Pro Tem Corse does, so he can address some of these. One, I'm glad we're recognizing the maintenance thing. That study we had done 2 years ago, almost 3 years ago now, actually said that just to maintain the buildings we have, no new buildings, no new additions, was $160 million over 20 years, which is $8 million a year. So we know we're not putting $8 million a year into it, but it does show the scope of the work that needs to be done. But another thing, you talk about streets. I believe the figure to maintain our streets, the current condition we have them now, is $5.6 million a year. So if we just spend 5.6 million a year, that just keeps us where we are. And we've been doing really well over the last 4 or 5 years and putting much more money than that into streets. But, this year we're sort of backing off on the streets a little. So I hope we can look at the streets when we have the Measure J discussion coming up with them, because that's really important. Maintenance of streets. And Measure J, we got to remember too, that was 25 years. And I think how much, 8 years is gone? So there's only 17 left. Yeah, I was first chairman, and that was 8 years ago. So, time goes fast when you're having fun. One thing I really worry about in the long term, and this is personnel additions. And I know we restructured the legal thing. Jeff Coors and I had this great idea 3 years ago about bringing everything in-house, and that didn't work out so well. So, we're restructuring some of that. Hey, you win some, you lose some. So we are actually, redoing there with more contractors and our great new city attorney here from BB&K. But, taking that aside, we're still adding 18 and a half new positions. And we have how many employees, David? 400?
If you approve these, it'll be 500.
Okay, that's a lot.
That's where we were pre-recession. Just a little over pre-recession.
Thing is, whenever we look at when I go through these positions and I've read everything on it, I know they're all important, but anywhere we can add contractors or contract things out instead of headcount, I think is great, because headcount, as we all know, we're seeing what's happening with pension benefits and healthcare cost. That's really high, and once you have an employee, to do layoffs and reduce them in a recession or a downturn is really hard to do, where if you have contractors, it's much easier to do. So, I just hope as we move ahead, we can look to use contractors wherever possible. And however, I do notice you have in there a raise for our chief and for Mr. Fuller, and I think those are certainly those things we should look at closely as in a positive way. And one thing I noticed on page 4, I'm just playing devil's advocate here, increased program cost of $465,000, which is a lot of money. Page 4, increased program costs. General fund new items, a lobbyist at $100,000 a year. I mean, I know there's a lot of things happening in Sacramento that impacts us, but I really hope we will consider that and discuss that and debate that more as we move along, because, we have the League of California Cities, which we're fairly active in, and that's really what they do, and we can work through the League of California Cities very effectively. And I think I'm just concerned about adding another $100,000 a year to the budget for lobbyists, and I don't know if other cities in the valley have lobbyists, but having our own lobbyist sounds a little superfluous. And then a fundraising coordinator of $100,000. Just my opinion, when I go to meetings in other cities, I see a lot of times the director of business and economic development does a lot of this fundraising coordination, and I've never really seen us focus on our Department of Business and Economic Development to do fundraising, and they have very senior leadership in that department, and I'd like to see if we could look at that instead of spending another $100,000 for someone else to do that work. And the homeless coordinator, I hope we'll have a discussion on $165,000 a year. I think that's great, but $165,000 a year, I would really rather see that money going to Well in the Desert and other, Housing First and other things that we're doing if we don't have to have that additional administrative overhead. And these are just things I hope we can discuss. And on the capital project funds, page 5, I just hope we will have plenty of discussion on that, and I think that will be a discussion with the Measure J Commission, and we need to look at that very closely. One thing I'd just like to point out, our council has been careful on this, I think, but future councils also need to remember, if you look at page 9, the golf course, I mean, I'm sure when they did the bond on the golf course, it was a really great idea. And Councilmember Holstage and I started looking at this 2 years ago, and we're just stuck. We are stuck. There's nothing we can do with that golf course except try to run it. It almost breaks even, except when the floods come and does $100.5 million worth of damage. But the city took out a bond, and that bond is costing us $927,000 a year. And that bond will be going for the next 8 years. So, we really need to have to be careful when we look at bonding, because that's, bonding is great. You get something great today, but you're paying for it for years and years going on in the future. Page 41, I want to thank our finance director. This page was totally incomprehensible 3 weeks ago, and it's very easy to understand now, so thank you for redoing that page. One thing I have a concern on that this page shows, though, is our reserves are $22 million this year, which is 18.9%. And 19 to 20, they're going down to 19 million, which is 15.6, and 16 million in the second year, 2021, which is 12.75%. I know if you also add in the money we're setting aside for pensions, which is technically part of our reserves, that puts our reserves back up again. However, I hate counting the money we're setting aside for pensions as part of our reserves, because reserves, I think, is in a turn down. That's money we're going to have to spend for paying our staff just on day-to-day operations, street paving, and everything we have to do, even during a recession, where if a recession happens, we still have to pay these pension costs. So that's the fact we're putting money into the pension costs is very, very important, because we have to pay that money no matter what. Even if we lay people off, we still have the pension costs. So I'm very leery about reducing our reserves down to 12.75% over the next couple of years. And a couple more things. Page 49. I'm a little concerned here on our overhead costs. If you look at 16-17, which is the first year our council passed a budget, the previous council passed a budget, which three of us were on, the city council's budget was $625,000 a year. And on this 1920, it's going up to $945,700, which is an increase of $320,598 in 3 years, or a 52% increase. So that's why I'm mentioning. That's why I'm mentioning this now.
Are those numbers different now?
No.
No,
this is the new numbers.
Oh. Okay. Oh, yeah, the other one was.
The other ones were much higher.
Yes, okay, that makes sense.
No, I went over this afternoon. I got the new ones from Nancy today. I went over them. Right, Nancy? Yeah, I got the new ones.
Yes, you did.
And the city manager's budget has gone from 3 years ago from 1.16 million to 1.7339 million, which is an increase of $617,580, or an increase of 55% in 3 years. That means the total city council and city manager budget has gone up $938,170, or 54% in 3 years. And I think we really need to look very carefully at that, because, I don't see where I've been here 3 years, I don't see where we're doing that much more work now than we did 3 years ago. And that's just city council and the city manager. I know, we're not. So, but that's $1 million in 3 years per year. That's $1 million a year, not just $1 million. That's $1 million a year increase. And I know we all totally support this, but I want to make sure people keep in mind that one of the most important expenses we have is public safety. And one reason we have to watch all these other budget line items is because public safety the cost keeps going up. If you look at 16-17, 3 years ago, our public safety was $39.7 million a year, and this year it's $53.7 million, which is an increase of $14 million a year in 3 years. That's not $14 million total 3 years, that's $14 million a year it's gone up, which means our public safety costs have gone up 35% since we've been on the council. And that means we have to be lean elsewhere. We have to be careful, because with the pension costs going up, the healthcare costs going up, the public safety costs going up, that means we have to be careful in other places. And I'm just a fiscal conservative. We just have to be very careful. And another thing I made a note on here, if you look at this page 49, something a lot of people don't realize, when you talk about bonding, it does some great things, but it has consequences. Our convention center cost us $7 million a year out of the general fund. And I think a lot of people don't realize it. Of course, the convention center generates vast amount of money for our businesses and for our city and for all the things we do here in Palm Springs. However, that is a debt of $4.7 million a year that comes off the top, we have to pay. I don't know how many years are left on that. How many, David?
At least 20.
So for the next 20 years, we've got to pay almost $5 million a year for the convention center.
Plus the lease,
Pardon?
plus the underlying lease.
Yeah, plus the lease. And actually, we lose $2.5 million a year currently on the operations of the convention center. So the convention center is a great thing, and we need it. We have to keep in mind, we have things like this where this costs us $7 million a year. And that's a fixed cost. We can't do anything about it. So between all these fixed costs, when we look at our variable costs and things we have discretion over, we just have to be very careful. Sorry, that's my 2 cents worth. Yeah, Mayor Pro Tem?
Great, thank you, Mayor. So a couple comments, and I think in the first meeting in June, we'll sort of really go through all of this, and I think for the city manager, I think, a lot of the staffing costs, some of those additions, I don't know, we can go through them all now, or probably on June 5th, sort of why those increases are. Would be really good just to lay out, why public safety has jumped so much, the other overhead costs and costs for staffing. So we can have that conversation, because it is an important one. I do agree very strongly on streets. I mean, we fell so far behind on streets that if we don't keep up, we're going to fall behind, and it's going to cost us a lot more in the long run. And I realize these are all choices, but I'm really concerned if we don't do the minimum necessary to maintain. And so I know that'll be tomorrow's conversation, but I agree with the mayor on that. I think it's really important that we're really careful on that. On some of the new things the budget subcommittee recommended, and we didn't put the numbers here, and we can all talk about these, but on the lobbying, the one area which is not League of Cities, and we don't often disagree with League of Cities, by the way, on their positions, but we don't need a lobbyist on bills, and I think it's a lot less than this. What we do is we need someone who's going to be advocating for us in the budget process. This year, we did a lot of advocacy with our state assembly member, and have a $10 million item in the budget, which probably majority should be coming into Palm Springs for homelessness. And so a small investment to make sure we have someone up there who's following the budget, who's following those grants, who's following all of that, and can be advocating with the chairs of those committees and can be at those hearings to make sure we're getting our fair share as much as we can out of the budget, I think is a smart investment. So I just want to be clear, it's really about budget advocacy. It's not about bills or other things. It's really budget advocacy that we need to do because you have to spend some money to make money. And if we get that $10 million, that's the kind of stuff we want to try and bring in. So that's what it's really focused on.
Did that end up in the governor's budget?
Yes, there is money in the governor's budget. And we are working on our own to contact legislators, but it would be really helpful to have someone who's in Sacramento who could be doing that for us, because other people have that. As far as fundraising, other cities do have people who are helping with fundraising and grants. If we could do it through our economic development staff, that would be great. But again, it's the same thing. We, unfortunately, just Festival of Lights itself, when Councilmember Roberts and I stepped in, we were raising $90,000 a year towards that. It's televised. If we could cover the $140,000 costs through fundraising, and the reason we're suggesting consultants, and it may be different consultants doing different pieces, because we already talked about one consultant to raise money for that. If we could raise, the full cost of that parade through sponsorships, we're paying for those positions. So we didn't want to bring it as a staff position. We wanted to look at having some money available to hire consultants when appropriate. One thing that is going to be coming at the next meeting, and just a reminder if it's not on the agenda, is liaison to Parks and Recs Commission staff and I met with an outside consultant. There are some great funds available with the state to apply for grants for parks. One for existing parks tied to environmental resources, and one for new parks. And so we've identified a place for a new park, but we're going to have to spend money to apply for those grants. We do not have someone who has that expertise in-house. So we're going to talk about that at the same time as the budget. But if we have an opportunity to get $5 or $6 million for a new park in places where we don't have them, and we're looking at the north end, that's something I think we want to very seriously consider hiring someone to help us do, because otherwise we're not going to get them. Right? We need someone who has the expertise to do that. So those are very specific things that are all designed to bring more money in. On the homelessness, it's the same issue. If we had someone on staff through economic development and who can help coordinate, but right now we don't have anyone. So for the most part, Councilmember Holsted and I have been doing that, but as the issue continues to grow, really figuring out how we're going to manage it and make sure we're getting the funding we need. Because otherwise, these programs just sort of, we get funding and then there's no program, no one's applying for the funding. Or reports aren't getting into the funders because there's no one on staff who seems able to do it presently. So if there's another way to do it, that would be great, but we don't want to lose the $500,000 we're getting from the Desert Healthcare District because we don't have anyone who's staying on top of this and doing the grant reports we need and making sure we apply for the grant again when it expires. So somewhere that needs to be done. And if this is the best way to do it or not is something I'll trust the city manager to advise us on. But anyway, those are the reasons, and those are all in the contract world, to your point earlier. So I just wanted to address those. But I do think as we look at infrastructure tomorrow night, we want to be doing all the things we want to do, right, for Measure J. We want to use it for the library, for streets, for 4 more fire stations, for the police station. I mean, there's just so much that needs to get done, and coming up with a priority list and putting money away for just not having other things fall into disrepair to the extent we can do all of it would be great. So if you can figure that out, we will very much appreciate that. Thank you.
Councilmember Holsted? Oops.
Thank you. Where to begin? Sorry, I'm just looking at my notes. I agree with a lot that's been said. I agree with the mayor. I'm nervous about adding a lot of staff when we could be funding other things and other services. But I do agree that we need to spend money to make money. And so for me, it's looking at like what's an efficient and effective use and what are good investments that will bring Palm Springs additional resources. So I think we're leaving a significant amount of state funding on the table because we don't have grants coordinators, because we aren't lobbying for the budget. When we visited our legislators a year or so, less than a year ago, they gave us the input that we weren't there for the budget. We had come later when we were being honored. And so a lot of cities in the Coachella Valley, some do have actually lobbyists, either consultants or contract. And so, we love our neighboring cities, but we're also competing with them for regional funding. And so they are in Sacramento lobbying for funding, and we should be too. So I completely support funding for lobbying as well as for grants coordination. Other cities, like the city of Coachella, has a grants coordinator who does that. And I like the idea of using consultants on call to search for grant opportunities. And when we're talking about roads and we're talking about parks and all of our, even, our theater and other cultural resources, there's state money, especially at this time when there's more money coming down for housing and homelessness than ever before, at least in the last 30 years. There's billions and billions of dollars on the table, and we have to be really aggressive in finding those resources and bringing them to Palm Springs. I think it's one of our most important jobs. I support those two. The homelessness coordinator, I'm interested in. CVAG just recently decided to do this. So they just hired Greg Rodriguez with some of the Housing First money to coordinate for the region for CVAG. I agree, we need people in-house who can manage grants, and we're bringing in a lot of money, and we've been doing that just out of public service to find those funding sources. And so having more organization in-house, because again, if we can get more money, it pays for itself. It's really important. But I'm wondering if it would be a housing coordinator as well. A lot of cities have housing coordinators who are just working on housing. Again, when I'm thinking about the growth of the valley and comparing to other cities, we really have to be aggressive in the services that we're providing so that we can get that housing funding and homelessness funding. And then we had also talked about increasing the amount of money for the business retention economic development budget. And so I had talked to the city manager about that. We've been bringing forward and the council has approved incentives, but I think we should really look at what incentives we can do to grow the revenue and to grow our budget, because even comparing to other cities, they often have a lot more money for incentives than we do. The city of Palm Desert offers up to $75,000 for facade improvement and other programs. So ours is currently $5,000. So, and we budgeted $100,000 for incentives. So I'd like to see those increase, because I think that, again, if we can put more money to local businesses into our economy, that will grow our revenue over time. And I think we have to be incredibly aggressive about growing our revenue because of our PERS obligations. I think that every city is facing significant costs in the next just few years, and we have to be aggressive in increasing our revenue. I like the idea of the Uniquely Palm Springs. That didn't, I think, go through our subcommittee. That went through the chamber and tourism. So I'm open to that, just with more information about what that would be for. But again, investing in our economy, I think, is always worth it. I just had a few questions from staff, for staff, if I can. So I have a question about Measure D funds. So Measure D just goes into the general fund because it was a general tax, though Measure J has a specific fund. So I was wondering about the decision and how Measure D funds and revenues are sort of shown in the budget.
I would just clarify, Measure J is also a general tax?
Right.
Right, so they're both general. And Nancy, they all go in through the general fund. We separate out Measure J, although we don't separate out Measure D. Is that correct?
Yes, that is correct.
So why is that? That's what I was wondering. I know that they're both general taxes, so why do we separate out Measure J but not Measure D?
And the only reason that we do that is the council had made an informal commitment that Measure J was going to be to use primarily for capital. And so in essence, they asked us to separate that and made that in essence part of the policy at the time to have an annual review, an annual extra audit, et cetera. So that's the only reason why that's separated.
Thank you. I saw it in the breakout of the budget, but just not in the overall funds. And I was wondering about a general plan update. So we've been talking about a general plan update. I know it's costly. I don't see it budgeted here unless I missed it. I know that there's state dollars that are available for cities to do that. So I was wondering if we need to include that in this budget.
Well, the reason why there's not an additional appropriation, because there's currently money, and Flynn, help me, was it 400,000 you have currently?
That's correct.
There's 400,000 currently in the budget. That'll be carried over into that line item in the next fiscal year. It's my estimation that even if we were to begin our general plan next year, we wouldn't spend that full 400,000, and we're certainly not that far along. My sense is we're going to have to move there in the next fiscal year. The 400,000 will get us started. But then probably in the second year, in 2021, we may have to put some more money in there, but definitely in the following year, 21, 22.
Do we have a deadline for when we need to update our general plan by and our housing element?
There will be a deadline for the housing element that's not until, I believe, the end of 2020. So that one is not immediate. As far as the other elements, there isn't really a timetable to update those, although state law has made modifications to the elements that are required. And so we will need to update those at some point in the future. And we're looking at more or less a 5-year plan on adopting the elements that we don't have currently. In terms of grant funding, we are pursuing grant funding as part of that project. Mr. Newell from my department is looking at that specifically.
Thank you.
And just to help with some additional background information, generally it's about 10 years on a general plan is what's the recommended?
It's recommended that every 10 years you update your general plan.
And if I recall, the last time we did it was closer to the 15-year mark.
And what are we at now?
We're at 12 years now.
Okay, thank you. And then,
I was just saying, and part of the reason for that is, roughly about that $1 million cost.
right. So I was wondering if we need to set aside additional money for that. For
Well,
maybe not this
right.
coming fiscal year, but the following fiscal year?
We certainly do. And one other thing that I think when we talk about potentially grants to help on that, when we went through this last time, we did request some assistance from the tribe, obviously because we have, obviously a lot of joint interests. And they did contribute, I believe it was a couple $100,000 at that time. And that was part of another joint deal we were doing. But aside from that, it wouldn't be worth reaching out to them because we do have some still joint interests, and we'll make that reach out and request.
Thank you. I think that's a good idea. The animal shelter, the Friends of the Palm Springs Animal Shelter, also made requests for improvements and repairs to their facility or to our facility. I don't see it included in this budget.
Yeah, we were going to do that, but as we sat down with the leadership of the animal shelter, the contractor that we work with, and what we realized is that we had money in the current budget to do the things that they wanted. It was approximately about, I think, $300,000, and so we're moving forward with those with the budgeted currently, and that's why it doesn't show up in your new appropriation.
Okay, thank you. See if I have other questions. So just to be clear, so we are considering on page 5 capital project funds. So unscheduled capital fund budget of $2 million proposed in fiscal year 1920. Is that right? But you had said $4 million earlier. Are those different?
What we'll be talking about tomorrow is there's $6 million in capital funds between this current fiscal year and next fiscal year, and so $4 million of that we're recommending set aside for facility maintenance.
For facility maintenance?
Correct.
And then and then the $2 million just for capital improvement
Yeah, so
projects.
when you see at the bottom of page 5, we're recommending facility repairs of $4 million, street repairs of $1 million, and then we're recommending that we work towards an enterprise resource planning system, which is a citywide computer system to help us bring us into the 21st century. So that's the 6.6 that we'll have between this fiscal year and next fiscal year's capital funding.
Okay, thank you. And as we talk about a library and funding a library, which is going to cost $20 million or more, I think we really need to aggressively think about how we're going to plan to fund that. Because if we sit here and we just don't plan to fund some of these items, they just won't get done. They'll continue to not get done. For the staffing for city council, I mean, this job is very difficult at the current staffing level, and we do a lot of work to find funding. So I support increasing the staffing so that we can be more effective council members and go find funding. But I was wondering if there are also uses of technology that we can do that we could maybe budget for, like new programs to sort of streamline requests from the public and get public answers. I think that we're inefficiently using staff time and council member time. Our job is to reply to the public, but in looking at those staffing requests, if there are also ways that we can kind of use technology or purchase programs so that those can be streamlined and a better use of our time. Since I have the assistant city manager replying about each intersection in the city of Palm Springs every day, there might be better ways to do that. And I think that's all I have for now. Thank you for all of this work.
I'd just like to add parenthetically, Councilmember Holston, the districting thing is supposed to help on that, correct? Because like right now, like you said, people email all 5 of us about one intersection and we all then go to Marcus. So hopefully when we go to the districts, it'll make that process a little more efficient.
I think that is the hope. I don't expect that to be the reality. There'll just be more and more intersections to talk about. One last question I do have that I noticed here is we had asked last time about a calculation of the CalPERS costs for the additional staffing requests. And I would like to see information about that before approving additional staffing.
Okay, Councilmember Middleton.
Thank you. And I want to thank my colleagues for all of their comments. My first appearance at a public meeting in the city of Palm Springs was to ask the Measure J Commission for more funding for street repairs. And I'm going to keep continuing to ask for more funding for street repairs. So I think that's something that we need to do. We'll have much more conversation on this tomorrow evening, but I'm very pleased to see the city manager looking at making recommendations to us to have an established capital budget each year for maintenance of facilities and the like. The money that we have spent on street repairs has been extremely well spent, and by being able to concentrate some of that money, we have saved money. We have repaired, I believe it's approximately a third of the streets in Palm Springs. We've done so for about $22 million, and the original estimate was that it was going to take over $75 million to catch up. And because we were able to concentrate some money and some lower costs on oil, which has a significant impact on asphalt, we got some really good bids. So I want to congratulate again Marcus and all of his team for that. The money that we are looking at in terms of lobbying and grant, that is contract work as is proposed in Sacramento. And I'm absolutely convinced that there is money on the table that we're not receiving, but those are pretty modest investments. If they do not return more money to Palm Springs, then we will get rid of those programs. This is an opportunity to do a investigation to see whether or not this will work. I ask for, and I really want to thank Ms. Pauley and Dr. Reddy for putting together a very extensive review of the positions that we have. It always comes back to staffing. And I think some of the times in the past, we have really misled people as to where we are adding staffing by having groupings that didn't quite make sense. So we now have much more detailed information. So here's some of the places where we've added staff. Information technology, we've added 6 positions. We're proposing to add 4 positions to special programs. That's vacation rental enforcement and cannabis. So let's be really clear here. Information technology, cannabis, vacation rentals. We've added 2 auditors. Those are positions that we need. We added some staff in the planning department, 1 person. We certainly needed that. The police department, 11 new positions. Fire safety, paramedics, 13 new positions. So let's be clear where we have added staff. Police, fire, cannabis, vacation rental, and information technology. And yes, we have 2 positions that have been proposed to make City Council more efficient. We'll see whether or not those work. But if we're going to highlight things, let's highlight where we've really added staff, and that's where we've needed staff. And I congratulate our staff for the work that they have done and where we're prioritizing. Thank you.
Councilmember Roberts.
Yeah, just a few comments based on your comments tonight. Lisa, you covered beautifully on what I wanted to say about lobbying and about grant writing. Sometimes that works and sometimes it doesn't. And it so much depends on who you hire and where you send them. I've had experiences with the Art Museum where it was a massive payoff. We tried it here in Palm Springs when Jeff and I were looking under every rock for money to pay for some of these parades and so forth, and we hired somebody to look into that. That didn't pay off for us. It didn't work. So, you know, because I've seen it work, I'm very much open to trying it for a one-year program, to find a lobbyist. If they don't bring in far more than we pay them, or in a grant writer, if they're not bringing in 2 to 3 times what we're paying for them, anyway, you said it, Lisa, and I just want you to know that I support that as well. It never looks good in a budget, but we have to remember that those are the positions that actually bring money. That goes, you know, and Lisa, you were also talking about where we're adding staff, and I liked that you quantified that and broke it down. Some of those positions bring in, or some of those departments bring in the money and cover those new heads. Those aren't just money, that's not just money coming out of the general fund. Vacation rental and cannabis, we easily make what that department spends, and it covers that staffing. Is that still correct, gang?
That is correct.
So those departments cover some of their new staffing. So when you think of it that way, and you think of where we're bringing in staff, obviously public safety can't bring in dollars. We have to have those positions. But in other areas we are. So at the end of the day, we're not bringing in that many new people that are not funding themselves. And I think that's important to say. You know, that's all I need to say now. I think we've covered a lot tonight.
One follow-up question on that. On Measure E, which is the cannabis tax, I've just realized I didn't really find it in here. Do we know how much per year that's bringing in right now?
It's slated for about 2.5.
It's only
2 and
bringing
2.5.
in a mill something, isn't it?
I remember.
$1 million
I'll have
plus.
to look.
Measure E, we know how much that's
Approximately
bringing?
1.5 million.
1.5, yeah.
Okay, so, but, you know, as we go through this, you know, Councilmember Middleton makes a good point, you know, we hire people where it pays off, et cetera, but I'm just saying, I know I felt some of that being directed at me,
No,
but,
my comments weren't.
but that every head count we add, we should do an evaluation of what that head count adds to our productivity. And if we've added several people, like, you know, in the police department and the fire department on cannabis, and so I think we would need to see if we actually are covering those costs with the actual, and I don't know. We need to look to see if we're actually covering those costs. Anyone else? We get to do this again tomorrow night.
Mr. Mayor?
I know,
Mr. Mayor?
that's important.
If you're done, I do have a comment.
Yes, Dr. Reddy.
If I go back to the lobbying issue and the grants and fundraising, and I'd like to raise a concern and then offer a solution as I think through it. It's always been one of those areas where it's hard to really get your arms around, because what we're dealing with, you know, sometimes you're successful with grants, sometimes you're not. We're very successful in a whole universe of grants. Some of them are entitlement, and others you have to go to, particularly like in streets and things of that nature. There's this other universe where we haven't been as successful because it's how do you know what you want to do, what's out there, and then when you get them, there's a lot of restrictions that we immediately just aren't even maybe qualified for in terms of the criteria. But then there are those that are able to get, and we can get them. And then there's this universe of sort of opportunities that pop up, like the homelessness in the state budget, and then a chance or meeting with, like in Sacramento, with someone who gets you into someone else who, oh, there's an opportunity here that, oh, and then we were successful. So it's all these things combined. We don't have a lot of capacity on staff to minister to that process the way we should. We're pulled in so many directions, and I think that's why we haven't been as successful. We had a good lobbying trip in Sacramento. So what I would suggest, if we go forward with this, to give this some better lift and to add some richness to the program in terms of its results, is I think what we should do is a process on a monthly basis. So every other meeting, monthly, we provide you a report, a detailed report of all the activity we've been in, what our, where we think we are in success or getting, moving the ball down the field. And then you'll see that on a monthly basis. And then what's going to be as important is that you as electeds are going to be assessing that and guiding us, because you have that sort of other elected official guidance that you can give us from the political side, that you can maybe know, well, this is good, but maybe you ought to be doing these other things as well. So I think if we commit to that kind of monthly report and discussion in this forum, I think that would be hugely helpful for us to focus our efforts so we're more successful. That's my suggestion. And I would commit to that if we go forward.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I think that.
Falling asleep.
Yeah, no. Well, we're going to stay awake. We are. I think that makes a lot of sense. And I also think it makes a lot of sense when we have a consultant really talk about when we should be going up to Sacramento and setting up meetings. Right now we're doing it mostly by phone. But, when the budget hearings happen, if some of us need to go up to Sacramento, we'll go up to Sacramento. But to have someone to work with us on that, I think is going to be key, right? They're going to know who the swing votes are. They're going to know who we need to reach out to. So I think that has to be part of that discussion as well. So just to put a note on that.
If an example of how well we did in Sacramento can be carried over to a paid gun to do that, it's very much worth it.
Right.
That one trip definitely paid off for us, and we weren't there that long.
For 2 days.
Yeah.
And for example, we have two grant writer companies sort of on retainer, and one the subcommittee had a phone call with, and she was very instructive. So the combination of grant writers, potentially lobbyists, and then things that we do in terms of Sacramento. So it's that comprehensive combination of things that will be in that monthly report.
Dr. Reddy, I know we have an agenda for tomorrow that I frankly haven't read yet. I was getting through the 40 pounds of paper in front of me. Do you need us to hold on to this budget for tomorrow night's hearing? This larger budget that's in front of us?
It would be helpful. It would be helpful. Although we do have, as you know, there's a separate staff report for tomorrow, which basically just includes
smaller.
Just the capital. So in theory, tomorrow's discussion is only on the capital budget. So you wouldn't need the rest of the operating budget.
If we just leave these books here, will they be here for us tomorrow?
We'll arrange.
I'm just wondering how many other meetings are planned for this room.
Okay, anything else on this? Okay, next item, last item under new business, item 5C, review of the citywide user fee guide, cost allocation plan, and comprehensive fee schedule for fiscal year 2019-20. Staff report, please.
Thank you, Mayor and members of council. We have before you a comprehensive user fee study. We wanted to present it to you this evening. We do not have at this time a presentation that we need to give you, because the public hearing is going to be at the next meeting on the 5th. And so that's when we're going to give you a formal. However, what I did want to suggest is we do have the consultant here, Mr. Eds, I believe, who did do the fee study. So if you have any specific questions at this point, staff and the consultant is here to address them. And other than that, Mayor, we're certainly open to questions.
Okay, thank you.
And Dan, maybe you could give us a little introduction of how you arrived at your numbers and that long process that we've been in together. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Mayor, members of the council, thank you. My name is Dan Eds. The firm I work with is Capital Accounting Partners. And we do really two kinds of projects, indirect cost allocation plans and user fee studies. So this is our bread and butter. The presentation I have put together for you tonight is a high-level overview. It's designed to give you a sense of the process that we go through in doing these projects. It's really focused on the user fee study, which tends to be more process-driven. Cost allocation plan, that process is really driven by what's designed through the federal government, the Office of Management and Budget. The user fee study is has more flexibility in how we do the projects. And also, it's designed to give you a sense of confidence that it was a very robust analysis.
Well, Mr. Edwards, we're not actually going through the presentation today. We're going to do that at the hearing at the next meeting.
Okay.
But a couple of questions that we wanted to ask you is, and some fees were lower, some fees were higher, some fees were about median. You do this for a lot of cities. Where does Palm Springs fit in that range? I'm trying to give council a sense that where are fees in comparison to other cities and jurisdictions?
We actually did a formal fee comparison. We compared selected fees for building, planning, and engineering against 4 or 5 other benchmark cities in the Coachella Valley area. And what I generally look for is a trend. And I've got bar charts and graphs. And my counsel to councils generally is don't look at an individual fee, but look at the trends. And in all of the trends of the fees that we looked at, by and large, Palm Springs is within a reasonable range. Of all the fees we looked at, Palm Springs was the highest. The other ones, there were, someplace between middle and low and average. So there was no major outliers that I saw on an individual fee or in total that looked like they were odd.
So, Mr. Edwards, from your professional opinion doing this, and how many fee studies have you done for municipalities?
Oh, if you really want to know, probably 80, 85 in the last 16, 17 years.
Right. And so you would have no reservation in recommending to the city council that our fees are in the normal range of where they should be?
Absolutely not. My standard recommendation is, my bias is full cost recovery, unless there's a really compelling reason not to.
Well, I'm curious, is there any city that actually does a full cost recovery?
Some cities do a better job of it than others. Those who do the best job of it, from my observation, also have the best customer service. They have the best technology. They're able to keep up with technology, which helps the developers. So, and there's nothing in the cost structure of Palm Springs or in the fees that I saw that would be abnormal or unusual.
Okay.
Although you were and I guess we'll get into the weeds on this, but we're suggesting some intensive increases, particularly in planning, which has our building industry all worked up. So I guess there were some areas that we were pretty weak, right?
Well, I would note that we don't even come close to recovering our costs in planning, which is very interesting because that is the one area where you potentially would or could. So, and for a lot of years, we've kept our fees artificially low as a policy. So now we're starting to catch up to a little bit more of where we should be.
And building as well. So I know we'll be looking at that more closely this year.
Yeah, Dr. Eddy, we've been through this, a couple times in the past when I've mentioned this. It seems like instead of going up 4, 5, or 6% each year on a lot of our fees, we do big jumps. I mean, if you look on page 8 here on table 5, I mean, some of these are really big jumps. I mean, admin minor modification up 63%, minor architectural review, staff approval up 65%, minor architectural review, planning commission up 113%, minor land use permit up 169%, final development plan for less than 5 acres up 144%. I mean, it seems like it'd be better to, instead of holding them artificially low and then suddenly having these big changes, we would do a more gradual increase every year.
Agreed, actually. But on those, I don't know if you have a comment on those specific ones?
Yes, I do actually, and I think David's point is really spot on. They've been kept artificially low, so what you see there is an artificially lowered price, not necessarily its cost, and what we calculated was the full cost. So you're going from a price that's been set artificially low up to full cost, so there's naturally going to be a big increase.
And part of that over the years has been council's policy of become more business friendly, almost as a default incentive for businesses, to do their development by keeping the fees low.
Okay, can I ask one more question? When we have the more detailed staff report on this and we have a discussion, something I've been bugged by constantly for the last 4 years is smoke detector inspections. I mean, I see in here in the study that it's actually been removed down, it's been reduced by 57%. The cost has been reduced by $293,000. However, if you read the staff report on page 13, it says that, in the city of Palm Springs, the city council added a requirement to the state code, and that was 907.2.11.9, which increases the requirements for these smoke detector inspections far beyond what the state requires. Is that really could we look at that to see if it's really necessary?
Well, two things I would note on that, Mayor. Well, first is we're reducing the cost significantly on there because one of the things that you agreed to in a previous year is we're doing a lot of those inspections now with civilians. So the cost of that is less than when we had a uniformed fire personnel doing it. So the cost reflects the actual reduction, which is appropriate. With regard to the inspections themselves, inspections are required, but state law doesn't require the fire department to do it. They can be inspected by the realtors and things of that nature. Now the fire chief is here. Now, unless I'm stating that incorrectly, please feel free to join the conversation. Under the city policy, we exceed the state requirement, and we do it ourselves. We're one of the very few cities in the state of California that do that. It's just a policy decision. So that's sort of where we are in terms of that requirement.
But what's the justification? If we're one of the very few cities that does it, is it because of the union pressure to do it, or is it political pressure to do it, or is there actually a real reason for us to do it, that we're causing people this extra expense and actually hassle when they're trying to go to closing and they can't get this inspection done, and so their escrow doesn't close?
Well, I would note that policy pre-existed my tenure.
That's old.
What my belief is the conversations that occurred was that as a tourism destination, we wanted to sort of provide a higher level of service. And remember, there was a time where there wasn't as much activity in the city as there is now, and it never didn't seem to be a problem. The one thing I would, the chief has structured with the civilian, with adding the civilians to do the inspections, where he's able to do those inspections much quicker than we were in the past. So I think we've improved in that regard, but as a matter of policy, if we want to continue to do them, that's certainly something the council could consider.
I'm just asking if we could discuss it a little bit.
You could, yes.
Okay. Just one comment, if I could, just on this, which is, because I inquired of the chief and our fire marshal on this, and some of the data they gave me, and maybe the fire chief could answer this, is the number of home inspections done by licensed contractors that didn't note the smoke detectors weren't working. I think over 100 in Palm Springs or something, that when our fire department went, they weren't working. So people were buying houses with licensed contractors telling them that smoke detectors were working and they weren't. So, saving one life for $44 was the reason. And yes, it was way too high, and I think that's why we added these positions. We're adding new, but I don't know if the fire chief, you want to add anything on that? Because it's a fair question. We get asked it by realtors all the time.
All the time.
Right.
Yeah, I don't recall the exact failure rate, but the failure rate is somewhere around 1/3 of the properties that go to, they don't pass the initial inspection. And a lot of things that we've done, we've added with the increase in the fire prevention specialist, which is the lowest level in the inspector, a civilian inspector, that will help reduce the cost, as both the consultant and the city manager have said. But they can't be performed by the realtors, because that would be like sending them out for their own home inspection or their home that's a conflict of interest. It's like, okay, sure, I'll pass. I won't even look at anything. And so they do need to be done by a third party, which is us, the authority having jurisdiction, so that we ensure that they're done. And it's not only the smoke detectors, it's also the carbon monoxide detectors. So they make sure that those are both in place and operating properly when they do those inspections. And yes, a good portion of those they have to go back, because they are either missing the detectors or the detectors are not working properly. Some of them they can fix while they're there if it's just a battery issue or something, and they're back in an hour and it's completed. But oftentimes they have to come back the next day because they have to go
purchase them and install them.
So Chief, what's the process that those cities use then that don't have the fire department do the inspections?
Well, if they don't, they probably don't do it. They don't have a program, which is a decision that you have to make as a city. Do you want that to take that liability or that safety away from your community? Yeah.
Okay.
On that, because obviously, of course, the fee's going down a lot, which we shared when we met with the Realtors chief. But there are other concern, which the mayor mentioned, and I know you were working on it, but I don't know, an update is to make sure that we can get appointments quickly and what that process could be so people don't have a delay in closing of escrow, because that was something that we hear a lot, and I know you had come up with some proposals on that, but can you give us an update on that?
Yeah, so we added, we were doing 2 days worth prior to January of this year, and because of the increase in demand for these inspections, the closing of the homes, we actually added 3 full days of inspections to keep up with the demand. So we're on it. The complaint that we're not getting there, it's not true. We actually have increased that, and they're being performed in a timely manner. One of the issues, and when I spoke at a Realtor meeting recently, one of the issues was that when they go in and schedule an appointment, it's divided to increase efficiency. In the city is split into a north and a south sector, and if they go in and try and they live in the north section of the city and they schedule an appointment in the south, they go in because there's availability that day for the south, it kicks them out and they can't do it. But I inform them all they have to do is call the office, our administrative office, and request that inspection that day, and we'll fit them in and make sure that those inspections are performed in a timely manner.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Holstage?
Thank you. I just have a few questions and then a comment or two. So I just have a basic question about, it's a note on page 7, and your note for all of the charts says that Rancho Mirage and La Quinta and Indio use a valuation model, and we use a time motion based on our time spent. This might be a question more to the city manager about why we use that model versus the other one, because it seems as our city costs and our staffing costs continue to increase, and some of that's sort of driven by our own demand, the cost might be a lot higher using that model. And you're an expert, so you can tell me if that's true or not.
Let me make sure I understand your question. Is your question about cost, establishing cost on a valuation model of building versus a flat fee?
Yes.
Either one should be revenue neutral. It's just how you get to a number. So if it costs $1,000 to do an inspection on a new home, it shouldn't really matter which model you use. Both gets you there. The challenge in what you're referring to is how do you determine a reasonable comparison? And in this particular comparative study, and I don't remember which city it was, they're using a valuation table that goes back to 1999, I believe. So it hasn't even been brought up to the newest model, let alone the latest year. So you're comparing apples and apples and hoping you end up with fruit. The flat fee that the city adopted 4 years ago, really through the direction of the building official at the time, was to simplify the building fees, so when a builder or developer is putting up a project, it's easier to determine what those fees are ahead of time, as opposed to, well, what's the valuation, what's the construction cost, what's the given cost, what's the valuation off of a subjective valuation table.
So it just looked like La Quinta and Indio and often Rancho Mirage. And I see that you put the dates here. I understand that the dates that they did these studies are relevant, but it's still, even La Quinta for an October 2018 it still looks like our numbers are significantly higher, sometimes double, sometimes I found a quadruple. So why is that?
An increase or higher than the other benchmark cities?
Higher than the other benchmark cities?
What fee specifically?
Subdivision maps, lot line adjustment is about quadruple than any other city. La Quinta, it's double.
What's the average?
2,100, ours is 4,100.
What page are you on?
11, I'm sorry, I'm
11.
tired. It's late. And I can go through these later. I know we're doing a hearing on these. I was just trying to wrap my head around why our numbers are so significantly higher than other cities.
You have a copy of my report?
It's in the back.
Yeah.
Is that big thing in the, good luck with that.
That way I know what I'm looking at.
Our packet's like 208 pages just for this item, so I'm at the staff report. And I don't want to go through line by line right now, so I was just asking sort of in general why our numbers are so much higher for most of the numbers, not just that one.
Okay. All right, my apologies. Which ones, give me an example of one that you're concerned about.
Can I just ask you a general question about, so our numbers still look significantly higher than the averages for almost every single item. So I'm just wondering, and some of the cities updated in 2018 or 2017. So I'm just wondering why our numbers are so significantly higher.
Okay, so what I'm looking at, this page from my report. I'll just take the top line there, 2,556 square foot, single-family residence. Cost for plan check and inspection for a new home, $5,222. Cathedral City is $1,350. Rancho Mirage is $3,241. Palms Desert is $66.77. Indio is $29.68, and La Quinta is $18.20. And what you could be looking at there is differences in regulation. It could be differences in, this is a brand-new fee study, and you're looking at differences in prices. Just because somebody established their fee schedule as of 2018 doesn't mean that that actually reflected their then current cost. It was, I see lots of cities who they will do an update of their fees every 2, 4, 5, 8, 20 years. So you're looking at price versus cost, and the two can be very different.
Okay, thank you. I'll save any other questions for hearing when we do this. Well, it's on the agenda. We read 208 pages. This is the time to talk about it before we do this, so this is the time. I have real concerns about the impact of this on the housing market in particular. We're facing a housing crisis in California, a homelessness crisis, an environmental crisis. I think the housing crisis is the #1 issue we're facing as a state and as a city. It's significant. People are being pushed out. We're not getting new construction of single-family homes, of affordable housing, of all the housing that we want, especially for lower income folks. So I'm really concerned and can't support a fee study without more information about the effects of this on the market. So I think it's relevant to do consideration of the market impacts. We already, if you look at the total, like building permits pulled for multifamily is almost non-existent. So I think it's really important to consider that in a staff report before we would consider essentially taking out the bottom. We don't know the impacts on new construction for housing, which we desperately need, especially as we're talking about the future of the valley and where people are building and where people will move and the future of Palm Springs. I think it's incredibly important to be thinking about being supportive of new construction and the housing that we so desperately need here.
Excuse me. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. It is getting late. I want to second, I apologize, the comments from Councilmember Holstage. I'm also very concerned about the impact on housing. What I was impressed with is the need for us to be as simple as possible in how we identify these fees so that builders coming into us have a good sense of what it is that they're going to be facing. One of the things I was struck by that you spoke to is that those cities that are closest to full cost recovery are those cities that have the best technology and the best customer service. When I talk to people in the building industry, Palm Springs isn't the first city that they mention in terms of the efficiency that they encounter. And frankly, it's one of those areas where we're frequently mentioned much farther down the road. So I think we have work to do in terms of making sure that the customer service experience that individuals have when they're coming in to get permits, when they're trying to move forward, is the best it can possibly be. And it may very well be that some increases in fees are what is needed in order to make that customer service experience the best it can be. And with that, my voice is given out.
Anything else on this item?
Well, just, Mayor, if I could, just for some clarification, so when we come back for if we were going to take action at the next meeting. First of all, on the impacts, how, just I'm trying to understand how to get the information you're looking at on the impacts on the housing. How would you suggest, would you have a recommendation on how to do that?
No, I have no idea how to do that.
Yeah, well, so I need to give that some thought because I think because we were talking about you want to incentivize them to do it. I mean, the easiest thing is, you just make a policy, we reduce it by 50%, or we're going to be the lowest in the valley. I mean, those generally aren't the decisions that make the difference on whether they're going to go forward on a project or not. It's more symbolic as being business friendly. But we certainly can do that as a policy, and it certainly is not a bad policy if you're willing to just subsidize. There's a weird balance because, like you talk about in the experience, and I've been dealing with business friendly for a lot of years. We've had a lot of improvement there, but there's a correlation on the number of employees. So the first thing is their experience is how long you wait to get service? How long do you have to wait till someone takes care of your issues? And so there's a correlation on the numbers. So we've had periods where we've had lower, we've added some people there. But to really improve it, we would need to add probably 3 or 4 additional personnel just there to do that. And then our fees would reflect that unless we do want to keep them low. So you see, it's sort of a balance we have to find, but it's all predicated upon what the goal is. So if the goal is to incentivize them and keep the fees low, that's easy to do versus what the state law allows us to do in trying to make sure we get the right revenue is just charge actually for our service. So I think we're going to need a little direction on what the policy should be, because this is trying to get reimbursement for the services versus incentivize someone, and that's why we've kept the fees low for a lot of years. So that's just where we could use some direction on policy.
And I might be able to help a little bit here. If you go to page 89 of your staff report, so the DVBA does a lot of work on this for us. And so in their report on page 89, they actually detail a hypothetical subdivision and identify the fact that the vast majority of the fees that are paid by developers are not these types of fees, they're the impact fees. So that's TUMF, sewer connection, water connection fees. So in Palm Springs' experience, in their model, 85% of the fees they pay are those types of developer impact fees, whereas the building permit fees, planning fees, and engineering fees are the remaining 15%. So these are increases to those types of fees, but the vast majority of the fees that they're going to pay are other fees, if that makes sense. I don't know if that helps explain. Certainly, the increased fees are going to have an effect, but it's really the connection fees and the bigger impact fees that really make up the vast majority of what they end up paying overall on a project.
And maybe an idea, a policy idea that gets you maybe more where you want to be on a targeted program for affordable housing, for example. On those, you would give us very specific fee reduction, not only on these fees, but Marcus is right. It's like you don't have to pay an arts fee and a technology fee and a parks fee, a Quimby fee. Those kinds of things could make a significant difference as an incentive.
I think that we just need to make that policy determination as a council for this, how much we want to subsidize, how much we want to incentivize. And I still would like to see, I know the DVBA report is helpful and they requested sort of a cost modeling of the impact on per unit, which I see there. But I would push back and say it's not just affordable housing, it's also market rate, workforce housing. I mean, we need a lot of various types of housing here, and just doing affordable housing, exempting it, won't get us to where we need to go for our housing needs. So.
If I may just comment, Councilmember Middleton, I've had any number of builders tell me that if they have an option of building in City A versus City B, it's the city that has the assurance of a fee schedule, the assurance of projects getting through a system timely and efficiently. As you mentioned, it's that whole customer experience. That's what they tell me is that's what will make the decision of where they go in their development. The actual cost of a fee of a lot line adjustment is very minimal.
And I think the more input we can get from stakeholders, we're raising this because the Desert Valley Builders Association is raising this issue and they are experts. And I think the more input we can get from other stakeholders as well to really hear about the realities, that would be helpful instead of doing this in a bubble and assuming how it'll impact the market.
Okay, and Mayor Pro Tem Coors is going to close out this subject.
Thank you, Mayor. I do think we need to give you direction, obviously, at the next meeting. But I think the bigger issue than fees, and I'm not saying we don't want to look at fees, that I hear regularly, and in fact, I was asked for us to have a special economic development subcommittee on this, is the delays, the things that, go to San Diego, they come back, they get changed, it goes back, and it's a different person looking at it, and they get new things that weren't on the first one, and they're paying for that every time. That, to me, is a bigger issue. That's what I'm hearing. I mean, 5 people cornered me on this the other day. So that's a big issue for folks. I know you hear it all the time. So I think getting things done quickly and be able to move through the process quickly and get completion saves people a lot more money because, they're paying interest on the money than the fees. And I think if we want to do incentives for certain types of housing, whether it's, market rate multifamily and affordable, we waived a lot of fees for this affordable housing project. I'd rather look at that almost as from incentives, because then when we have incentives, we can go out to developers and say, here are the incentives we're going to do, whatever they may be, to get housing built. So I think we want to look at this very broadly in figuring that out. So that was my 2 cents. Thank you.
Anything else? Please, no. Okay, next item is public comment. Thank you, sir, for being here.
Thank you.
Next item is public comment, non-agenda items. This time has been set aside for members of the public to address the City Council on items of general interest within the subject matter jurisdiction of the city. Although the City Council values your comments, pursuant to the Brown Act, it generally cannot take any action on items not listed on the posted agenda. 2 minutes per speaker. We have 2 people who'd like to speak. First is Frederick Koenig and then Brad Anderson. Is he still here? Mr. Koenig? Mr. Anderson? Mr. Frederick Koenig. Yep. Oh, you're Brad Anderson? Please, Mr. Koenig's not here, so please step right on up.
Hi, Brad Anderson, Ranch Mirage. I actually came from Coachella. They had the city meeting tonight, and they were kind of complaining about 10 o'clock being late. I said, there's nothing on Palm Springs. So anyway, I want to talk about the mosquito vector control district. I know that they're going to do a treatment in your town for mosquitoes down by the sewer plant. And I know I've been in this I've approached this dais before several times concerning this district and the biases they have against me. But I know they're not doing the job as efficiently as they should be. Actually, in that area, I happen to know that the technician who works in that area was gone, and they don't fill in people like they should for a week at least. And they pull people from your cities and other cities to work down on the Salton Sea coast or the shoreline down there. I'm always wasting the clock. So, and the numbers are still up down there. Everything that's done down there is not working. Mosquito counts numbers, I mean. So when they do these adulterating, when they go and spray like this, my opinion is more, I don't represent the vector district, by the way. It's more of a public relations thing. It's like spraying raid in the backyard. It's not as effective as you would think it would be. Larviciding, that's where you need to address this in the sewer plant. I know it. I used to work for the vector district. I know the sites that probably being overlooked in there. And it's a weekly thing. They have to look at these sites on a weekly basis, especially this time of year when mosquito counts are high. And the Aedes aegypti, that's in everybody's backyard now, thanks to the district. I can't say, I'm sorry. I'm kind of biased too. But just dump, drain, potted plants, spray them out every week. And that's all you can do on your property? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Anderson. Anyone else, Mr. Mejia? Seeing none, we will close the final public comments. Next item, City Council and City Manager's request and upcoming agenda development. Anyone? Councilmember Middleton.
This is comment for the cannabis subcommittee. I'm increasingly hearing more and more stories that not the market for cannabis, not only here in Palm Springs, but throughout California, is becoming oversaturated, that we are on the verge of a very significant market change as it consolidates. And my concern is that we do not adversely affect property values, rental rates. And so what I would ask is for the Cannabis Committee to look at whether or not we should be adding new facilities either for cultivation or for distribution in existing buildings where cannabis would be competing against others who are in other kinds of industries. I'm not suggesting that if someone wants to build a new building that they should not be able to move in, Or if someone is investing, as we've seen in a couple of places on Palm Canyon, where buildings have been vacant for very significant periods of time, that we should not allow that to move forward. But where a facility may be competing against an existing business, that we look at whether or not that's the right decision to be doing. And I'm not suggesting don't you go for it, just take a look at it.
We're already giving preference to existing buildings that have been vacant. There's probably more we can do around that, as we're just sort of, again, we're holding machetes and we're walking through a jungle that's never been cut before. So we're just learning to balance and get better at it, you know, but I think we can always get better at that. Absolutely. And that's why we really like to look at these on a case-by-case basis rather than a cookie-cutter concept, which we've avoided.
Thank you.
Council Mayor Pro Tem Coors.
I'm impressed that after 11, you can still come up with your metaphors so well when the rest of us are struggling. So a couple things. So if we can just, city managers, maybe look at the last two lists, because a couple things seem to have fallen off this. We don't need to go into them now, but you might want to just look at those and what's not on here that was on here a month ago. Two things, though, I want to raise for specifically for the June 5th meeting is, you know, we haven't come back to some of the CVRA issues, but the important ones that we need to talk about now, because we're about to start interviewing for boards and commissions, are the ones relating to boards and commissions. I know there was at least a recommendation on what time boards and commissions met. There were recommendations about eliminating potentially the Board of Appeals, which hasn't met for over 3 years and requires some construction expertise to advise people about building materials. I mean, we're not doing that. And they don't meet. And then the Personnel Board, should that be a hearing officer who has expertise? So we had a bunch of discussion about that months ago. So those two issues, at the very least, we need to bring on the 5th, because we shouldn't be scheduling interviews and appointing people if they don't know what times commissions are going to be meeting and whether we're going to get rid of some of these commissions. So I know we had other issues with CVRA we wanted to talk about, but I would think at least those two maybe we should do on the 5th.
Yeah, just to clarify, as you can see, there's going to be a lot on the meeting of the 5th in terms of public hearings. We're ready to bring forward, particularly on the Personnel Board, to make that recommendations. And so that certainly we can do. But I don't know if there's any other specific CVRA.
Yeah, the other things I think the subcommittee was recommending tied to boards and commissions, because that's has to be decided, right, is getting rid of the, I guess, the appeals board that doesn't meet. There didn't seem to be any reason to still have that. I think we now have staff that advises people, and
we talked about that last time.
And we just haven't done it. So those two, and then whether we're gonna, what we think of the recommendation of moving meetings to at least 5 o'clock or later that came from the working group. So those two we might want to talk about, and the rest we can do later.
Okay.
If that makes sense.
Sure.
And then the other thing, just to, as a reminder, is we need to make a decision as a council if we want to engage the expert grant writer on parks to apply for one or two of the potential parks we discussed with her, because those deadlines are in July, so we need to make that decision by June.
That'll be
I
on.
know she's sending proposals. I just want to remind you to put that on. That's all I have. Thank you, Mayor.
Councilmember Holstage.
Thank you. I agree with those requests. So one thing that I don't see, though, maybe I'm missing, is the straws and styrofoam ordinance is not on this list.
Yeah, the straws, we were going to bring that next meeting. We were struggling just with all the other public hearings. So in my mind, it was the second meeting in June for the straws, and I apologize if it's not on the future items list.
Thank you. Just people are asking to set up meetings with me about this, saying it's the first meeting in June, and I don't see it. So.
Well, and if you're okay with the second meeting, we could bring it the first if you're okay with the longer meeting, but if you're okay with the second, it would.
That's fine. The second is fine.
Okay, thank you.
And then just to touch really quickly on the cannabis issue, I also have a separate request that we've talked about, but I'll keep bringing it up, is just cannabis delivery and regulating that market and what we can do. So I know we've talked about it, but even in looking at our cannabis tax revenue and what we're receiving on that. I think that, I know we're looking at audits, but there's a lot more cannabis out there in the marketplace that I don't think we're capturing. And I think it's really, really important to think about how to regulate better and capture more of the market on cannabis delivery, which is like you Google it, you could get it here right now and not pay taxes
50%.
because it's a lot of illegal operators.
50% of the market's still illegal.
And on delivery, what I would suggest is we have a discussion at the next closed session about what we do about illegal deliveries. We've done that before, but nothing's really moved on that and sort of what our options there are. Because we've talked about, it's very easy for someone to order, including police officers, and find out undercover delivery. So
Right. Thank you. That would be great. Thank you for that
yeah.
suggestion. And I know we're not supposed to add anything new to this list, but it came up earlier today. And I'm hoping it might be easy with our new city attorney who has a whole ordinance bank, but a language access policy to make sure that we're noticing in Spanish as well as English every single time, and other language access. So we just need to do, how would we best do that? Sort of a resolution or updating ordinances or?
Well, let me offer this. That's simple to do. We can just administratively just make sure that is what our policy is, but we also can formalize it in a resolution. If you like, we can bring that to a meeting.
I'd like to see a resolution.
Okay.
Thank you.
Anyone else? Okay, gone?
Mr. Mayor?
Close.
Just if you could help me, I think we need staff needs some help with the State of the City address. What I believe is we had a date that the chamber needed to change it, and we're having trouble getting everyone for the same date for if maybe you can give us some guidance on a date.
I thought it had been coordinated because they've been advertising and they've been their flyers and stuff for September 12th.
Cindy, can you help? Although I don't know that everyone can be there on the 12th.
We had it on hold for September 5th, and I think the chamber had requested that we move it to the 12th.
I have it as the 12th.
I have it as the 12th.
So we've talked about this.
I don't have it on my calendar, so I haven't been invited or I haven't confirmed. Councilmember Middleton doesn't have it either.
Rob and I have it because we are on the chamber's email list here.
No, and I have it as well.
So they're already advertising it, though we haven't confirmed.
Would the 12th work?
At what time?
I don't remember.
It's still breakfast.
It's a lunch.
11:30.
It's a lunch, I believe,
luncheon.
so it would be 11:30, somewhere in there.
There are two CVAG meetings on the 12th. One begins at 11, the other begins at noon. But that's only one of us. I'm conflicted, but that doesn't, I don't think anybody else is.
I can do it.
Yeah, I can do it. And they've already reserved the convention center.
We should make sure the Palm Springs Hospitality Association knows because that's their board meeting lunch at the exact same time.
It would be nice to have a date that the whole council can attend. It's a state of the city.
There is. We have the 5th, but I don't think the chamber CEO can make it, so that's why they're asking to move it. So, are there other dates? We know the chamber could do it, and there's availability at the convention center, because otherwise we're just picking dates out of a hat right now.
Cindy, we believe we'll be able to do the convention center on most dates. Right now, it's just finding if there's a couple dates that council could all do it, then we would approach the chamber if we could get maybe 2 dates.
I mean, is the 10th, is earlier that week possible, that Monday or Tuesday, the 9th or 10th? Okay.
I think it's going to be hard. It's always hard to find something that all 5 of us can be somewhere at one place at the same time.
Perhaps we could ask Cindy to do a doodle or check dates with us. And
okay.
and we could respond very promptly.
And Cindy can coordinate with Nona, right?
Sure, yes.
Okay, and Nona can coordinate with Convention Center.
Okay, so so the goal is to try and find a date where everyone can attend. If we can't, then we could we'll come back to the next meeting and you can give us any further direction.
Well, the 12th, which they're advertising right now, we've got 4 out of 5. And so if that's the best we can do, that's the best we can do.
All right, thank you.
Okay. Is that it? Okay, let me flip my back page here again. Okay, the City Council will adjourn to a joint Measure J Commission meeting Thursday, May 23rd at 5:30 in the council chamber. See you tomorrow evening.